Meanwhile, in a sterile research lab, 17 light-years from the nearest Christmas tree, someone still has to monitor specimen tanks on December 24th. Even when the only holiday cheer comes from unauthorized music files and creatures that definitely aren't reacting to festive melodies. Welcome, friend. You've wandered into another quiet corner of worlds made of legend. Tonight, you're stepping into the Xenobiology Research Lab aboard the USCSS Mendel, a corporate research vessel drifting through deep space, where your job is to monitor biological specimens through the long, quiet hours of night shift. Here, while Earth celebrates the holidays with lights and music and family gatherings, you're mainly concerned with whether Tank 7's pH levels have drifted and if the automated feeding systems will make it through another shift without clogging. So before you settle in for this shift with me, take a moment to like this video and subscribe so we can keep bringing you more tales from the ordinary side of extraordinary places. Let me know in the comments what your most boring holiday job was, whether it involved retail hell or, like tonight's story, monitoring alien creatures in complete isolation. Now get comfortable, let the quiet hum of environmental controls surround you, and allow the small, steady rhythms of xenobiology research to guide you gently toward rest. The corridor lights are dimmed for night cycle when you make your way from crew quarters to Lab Section C. Meanwhile, somewhere on Earth, months of signal delay away, people are probably putting finishing touches on holiday decorations and wrapping last-minute gifts. But here on the Mendel at 0400 hours ship time on December 24th, your primary concern is much simpler: remembering which access code you changed last week after the security update. The ship measures time in Earth standard hours, maintaining an Earth calendar even though you're currently 17 light-years from home, traveling at 0.1 C through empty space that has never known the concept of December or Christmas or any human celebration. Your body hasn't quite accepted this mathematical approach to timekeeping. Your internal clock insists it's the middle of the night, regardless of what date the digital displays claim. Your lab jumpsuit hangs in your locker, clean and pressed by the automated laundry system. The fabric is regulation white with blue piping, with your name embroidered on the left breast pocket. Dr. K. Morrison, Xenobiology Research Tech. The jumpsuit smells faintly of the industrial detergent mixed with the particular antiseptic scent that all research sections carry. You adjust the collar and smooth down the front, catching your reflection in the polished metal of the locker door. Just another shift aboard the Mendel, just another rotation in the endless rhythm of deep space research. The ship is 2 years into a 4-year mission, conducting long-term behavioral studies on various xenobiological specimens collected from colony worlds and archaeological sites across the frontier. Most of the specimens are relatively benign, crystalline organisms that photosynthesize under ultraviolet light, silicon-based microbes that process metallic compounds, aquatic filter feeders from the oceanic moons of Delta Pavonis. Nothing dangerous, nothing that requires the kind of containment protocols that the cargo vessels use when transporting xenomorph eggs. The Mendel is a research ship, not a cargo hauler. The specimens here are for study, not transport. They're kept in controlled environments, monitored constantly, and handled according to strict protocols that have kept everyone safe for 2 years without incident. Boring research, valuable research, safe research. The corridor, from the crew quarters to Lab Section C, stretches about 80 meters, following the ship's curved geometry. The walls are the standard Weyland Yutani grey-white, broken at regular intervals by maintenance access panels and emergency equipment lockers. Your footsteps echo softly on the composite deck plating, creating a rhythm that matches your breathing. You pass the galley entrance, where the night cleaning cycle has left everything pristine and empty. The smell of reconstituted coffee lingers faintly, mixed with whatever synthetic protein the evening shift had for dinner. Your stomach rumbles slightly. You grabbed a nutrition bar before leaving quarters, but it wasn't particularly satisfying. The intersection at Junction 7 offers a glimpse through the observation port, thick reinforced glass looking out into the absolute darkness of deep space. No stars visible from this angle, just the endless black that surrounds the ship. Somewhere out there, 17 light-years away, Earth orbits its sun. Somewhere out there, people are preparing for Christmas morning. But from here, there's just the void. Lab Section C's entrance requires biometric verification. The time clock is a biometric scanner mounted next to the door. You place your palm against the reader, feeling the warm tingle as it verifies your identity and records your shift start. The display shows 0440 SST, ship standard time, December 24th, 2183, in glowing green numbers. Christmas Eve, in space, monitoring alien specimens. The door hisses open with the characteristic sound of pressure equalization. Lab Section C maintains slightly positive pressure compared to the corridors, part of the contamination control protocols. The air that rushes past you carries the familiar scents of the lab: antiseptic, specimen tanks, filtered air, and the faint ozone smell of UV sterilization systems. Dr. Sarah Brooks, the previous shift's research tech, looks up from her monitoring station with the weary expression of someone who's been watching tank readouts for 8 hours. Her coffee cup sits empty beside her, surrounded by the small debris of a long shift: printed data logs, a half-eaten nutrition bar, and a small origami crane made from lab report paper. Brooks is in her early 30s with dark hair pulled back in the regulation bun that research techs are supposed to maintain around specimen areas. She has the particular pallor that comes from spending most of your time under artificial lighting, the complexion of someone who hasn't seen actual sunlight in 2 years. Quiet shift, she says, her voice carrying that particular flatness that comes from too much time in filtered air. Fed the specimens at 200, all consumption rates normal. Tank 7's pH drifted slightly alkaline, but I corrected it. The crystalline colonies in Section B are showing that seasonal luminescence variation we've been tracking. Pretty sure it's just responding to the scheduled UV cycle changes. Nothing anomalous. She pauses, then adds with a slight smile, "Oh, and the amphipod cluster in Tank 12 is still completely ignoring everything we do." As usual, you nod, already settling into the familiar rhythm of transition. Any unauthorized attempts to create festive atmosphere? Dr. Reeves from Day Shift put a paper snowflake on Tank 4 before leaving yesterday. I removed it per contamination protocols, but I appreciate the effort. Brooks stands, stretching with the careful movements of someone whose back has been complaining about 8 hours in an observation chair. Also, someone definitely not me may have uploaded some seasonal music files to the lab's media server, completely against regulations, obviously. Obviously, you agree, suppressing a smile. Did you listen to any of this hypothetical contraband? Maybe some instrumental arrangements, very quiet, very professional. She gathers her things, her personal tablet, a worn mystery novel, the empty coffee cup. The specimens did not react to Silent Night, if you were wondering. Noted for the research logs. Brooks heads for the exit, then pauses at the door. Merry Christmas, Morrison. Try not to let the complete isolation and sterile environment get you down. You too, Brooks. Sleep well. The door hisses shut behind her, and suddenly the lab is yours, wrapped in that particular silence that comes from being the only person awake in this section of the ship. The 12 other research personnel are sleeping in their quarters, following the standard rotation that keeps the Mendel studies running continuously through its years-long mission. You take a moment to walk through your visual checklist, confirming that all the primary monitoring systems are showing green on the main observation board. The wall of screens displays information about every specimen tank in the lab: temperature, pH, atmospheric composition, feeding schedules, behavioral observations. Each screen shows a different aspect of xenobiological health, creating a visual symphony of data that you've learnt to read like music. The main monitoring terminal occupies the centre of the observation area, surrounded by secondary displays, data analysis stations, and the various equipment needed for specimen maintenance. The setup is ergonomic, designed for long shifts of sustained observation, with everything positioned to minimise fatigue and maximise efficiency. Lab Section C is your small kingdom for the next 8 hours, and there's something deeply satisfying about knowing that every creature has its tank. Every tank has its monitoring system. Every system has its redundancy. Every potential problem has its warning indicator. Meanwhile, on Earth, people are probably gathering with families, singing carols, enjoying traditions. But that's their celebration. Your screens show green, your specimens are stable, and your shift is just beginning. The environmental control system cycles with its familiar hum, maintaining the precise conditions needed for 17 different species from 17 different worlds. The sound is constant, reliable, the heartbeat of the lab that never stops. You're alone with alien creatures and monitoring equipment, 17 light years from the nearest Christmas tree, and somehow that feels exactly right. The Mendel's Lab Section C doesn't operate in silence. Instead, it's filled with a complex symphony of biological and mechanical sounds that create the background texture of xenobiology research. The environmental control systems cycle on and off with clockwork precision, maintaining precise atmospheric conditions for 17 different specimen tanks. Meanwhile, somewhere in corporate headquarters, months of signal delay away, executives are probably attending holiday parties and drafting budgets for next year's research initiatives. Here on your ship, the most pressing acoustic concern is whether that slight gurgling in Tank 9's filtration system is new, or if you're just noticing it because the night is so quiet. The specimen tanks add their own voices to the chorus. Filtration pumps hum at different frequencies, depending on tank size and water chemistry requirements. Air circulators whoosh softly, maintaining atmospheric exchange for specimens that breathe. Temperature regulation units click on and off as they maintain precise thermal conditions. Each tank has its own acoustic signature that you've learned to recognise over 14 months of service. Tank 1's filtration system produces a steady hum at approximately 60 Hz. Tank 3's air circulator has a slight whistle that maintenance says is normal but promised to fix 3 months ago. Tank 7's heater clicks every 17 minutes like clockwork. Tank 12's water circulation creates a gentle rushing sound, like a tiny artificial stream. The creatures themselves contribute its subtle sounds, the soft splash of the amphipods in Tank 12 as they filter feed through their artificial current system, the faint crystalline chime of the silicon-based colonies in Section B as they process metallic compounds, the barely audible clicking of the arthropod specimens in Tank 5 as they navigate their habitat structures. These sounds are normal, predictable, part of the lab's personality that you've learned to recognise. Any variation would trigger your immediate attention. A change in pump frequency might indicate clogging. Unusual creature sounds might suggest distress or illness. Unexpected silence might mean system failure. You've become attuned to this acoustic environment in ways you never expected. Sometimes you can identify which tank has an issue just by the sound change, before any monitoring alert appears on screen. It's a skill that develops over months of sustained attention, the ability to hear the health of the lab in its background noise. Tonight, everything sounds normal. The pumps hum their usual frequencies. The circulators maintain their steady flow. The heaters click on schedule. The specimens make their characteristic small noises. It's the sound of a healthy research facility, proceeding exactly as designed. You settle into your workstation, the ergonomic chair hissing slightly as it adjusts to your weight. The primary monitoring terminal boots up with a soft chime, displaying the Weyland Yutani Research Division logo before cycling through to the specimen status screens. Everything is coded green, indicating nominal conditions across all tanks. The terminal's keyboard has the particular feel of equipment that's been used constantly for 2 years. The keys are slightly worn, some letters faded from frequent use. The E key sticks slightly if you don't press it firmly enough, a quirk you've learned to accommodate without thinking about it. The lab's computer system, designated Apollo 7, but universally called Apollo by the research staff, maintains constant surveillance over every aspect of the specimen's environments. Unlike the more advanced synthetic intelligence systems used on military vessels, Apollo is relatively simple, designed primarily for data collection, environmental management, and behavioral analysis. Apollo doesn't have personality. It doesn't make conversation. It just monitors, records, maintains, and alerts when parameters drift outside acceptable ranges. It's exactly the kind of reliable, boring, functional system that deep space research requires. You check your watch, noting that it's HOI 4.17 SST, December the 24th. Time moves differently during the night shift in space, sometimes crawling with the weight of isolation, sometimes flying past in bursts of focused observation, but mostly it flows steadily and predictably, each minute containing more awareness than a whole day of ordinary life, because there's so little else to distract your attention. The automatic door to the specimen preparation area slides open and closed occasionally, triggered by pressure changes as the environmental system adjusts atmospheric composition. The Mendel is new enough that its environmental control is well maintained. But there are always minor fluctuations, always small adjustments needed to maintain optimal conditions throughout the research sections. Each door movement creates a soft hiss, followed by the click of magnetic seals engaging. It's another element of the lab's acoustic signature, another rhythm in the complex pattern of sounds that defines this space. You review the night's monitoring schedule displayed on your secondary screen. It's a standard rotation. Verify all tank conditions every 2 hours, document behavioral observations, check feeding system operations every 4 hours, calibrate pH sensors weekly, scheduled for tonight in tanks 3, 8 and 14, update environmental logs continuously, analyze any unusual activity, maintain specimen health records. Nothing unusual, nothing exciting, exactly the kind of shift that lets you settle into a comfortable rhythm. The kind of shift where the most dramatic event will probably be discovering that someone ate the last decent coffee from the break room supply. Tank 7's monitoring systems show their usual stable readings, temperature holding at 18 degrees Celsius, pH at 7.2, slightly high, but within acceptable range after Brooks correction, dissolved oxygen at optimal levels for the aquatic filter feeders it houses. The creatures are small, vaguely shrimp-like organisms from a tidal moon, completely harmless and fascinatingly boring in their predictable behaviour patterns. Unlike whatever specimens apparently cause problems on other research vessels, the ones you've heard rumours about, the specimens that require armed guards and extreme containment protocols, the specimens that corporate calls strategic assets and that everyone else calls nightmares waiting to happen. But those aren't your concern. Your specimens are safe, documented, well-understood organisms that pose no threat to anyone. They're research subjects, not weapons. They're alive because you maintain their environments carefully, not because they're aggressive enough to survive anything. Boring research, safe research, the kind of research where the biggest danger is repetitive stress injury from data entry, the kind of research that lets you survive a 4-year deep space mission without constant fear. The environmental systems cycle again, and you return your attention to the monitoring screens, watching the small fluctuations in temperature and pH that indicate the systems are working normally, maintaining the delicate balance that keeps 17 species alive and healthy. The sound of research in progress continues its steady rhythm, and you settle into the familiar comfort of routine work. Every research facility has its own particular scent profile, created by the unique combination of cleaning agents, biological specimens, and the specific chemical processes used to maintain controlled environments. Lab Section C smells like industrial antiseptic, mixed with the faint organic tang that comes from housing living creatures, underlaid with something that might be called research vessel, the accumulated scents of constant environmental monitoring that have soaked into every surface. Meanwhile, homes on Earth probably smell like pine trees and baking cookies and wood fires. You're grateful that your lab maintains its normal professional smell of antiseptic and filtered air and coffee. The primary smell is the antiseptic, a chlorine-based compound that the automated cleaning systems use during their nightly cycles. It's sharp and clean, the smell of sterility, the olfactory proof that contamination protocols are being maintained. Every surface gets cleaned, every tool gets sterilized, every potential source of cross-contamination gets eliminated. You've grown so accustomed to this smell that you barely notice it anymore. It's just the baseline scent of the lab, present constantly, occasionally stronger when you walk past areas that were recently cleaned. The environmental system processes each tank's atmosphere independently, scrubbing out waste products and replenishing whatever the specific specimens require. Oxygen for some, methane for others, carbon dioxide for the photosynthetic varieties. Each tank is essentially a miniature world, carefully maintained to match the conditions of whatever alien environment the specimens originally came from. The gas exchange systems add their own subtle scents to the air, the faint smell of ozone from the UV sterilization, the barely detectable metallic tang of various atmospheric mixtures, the occasional whiff of sulfur from Tank 9's chemosynthetic bacteria cultures. Lab Section C itself carries additional scents, the sharp ozone smell of UV sterilization systems that run continuously in the specimen preparation areas, the particular odor of various growth media stored in the refrigeration units, the faint chemical tang of the specimen preservation solutions used for anatomical samples. There's also the smell of the composite materials that make up the ship itself, the deck plating, the wall panels, the furniture. It's a subtle, industrial smell, the scent of manufactured materials in a controlled environment. After 2 years aboard the Mendel, you've stopped noticing it consciously, but it's there, part of the overall sensory experience of living in space. And there's coffee, always coffee, brewed in the small maker, that's technically allowed in the lab's observation area as long as it's kept away from the actual specimen tanks. You measure out the coffee grounds from your personal stash, real coffee from Earth, not the synthetic substitute that the ship's galley provides. The container is labelled Personal Research Supply, Columbia Strain, properly documented and entirely legitimate, unlike the contraband that cargo ship maintenance techs sometimes appropriate. The coffee grounds smell rich and dark, a concentrated burst of Earth's agricultural heritage. You breathe in the aroma as you measure, allowing yourself this small moment of sensory connection to home. The coffee maker is a standard research-grade unit, designed for continuous operation in low-gravity environments. It gurgles and hisses as it works, adding another layer to the lab's acoustic signature. The smell of brewing coffee begins to fill the observation area, cutting through the antiseptic and creating a more human-friendly atmosphere. Coffee is one of the small luxuries that makes deep space research bearable. Real coffee, not synthetic. The difference in smell alone is worth the extra cost of importing actual beans from Earth on the supply ships that resupply the Mendel every 6 months. The brewing cycle takes 3 minutes, enough time for you to conduct a quick visual scan of all the monitoring screens, confirming that everything continues to show green status indicators. You find yourself thinking about the holiday, Christmas Eve, and you're 17 light years from any Christmas celebration, monitoring alien creatures in complete isolation. Your family is probably gathering right now, or rather, they gathered months ago in real time, and you'll receive the recorded messages from that gathering in a few weeks when the signal lag catches up. Deep space research means living in the past. Every communication from home is months old by the time you receive it. Every response you send won't be read for months. You're celebrating Christmas Eve, while Earth has already moved on to Valentine's Day, or Easter, or whatever comes next in the calendar of a world you're no longer synchronized with. The temporal disconnection is one of the strangest aspects of deep space work. You exist in a different time frame than everyone you know on Earth. Your now is there months ago. Their now hasn't reached you yet. You're living in a bubble of present that's actually past, experiencing a Christmas that Earth already finished celebrating. It's disorienting when you think about it too much, so mostly you don't. You focus on the work, on the immediate reality of the lab, on the specimens that exist in the same present moment you do. The coffee is ready. You pour it into your personal mug, the one with the faded Xenobiology Research Division logo, and take that first perfect sip. Hot, bitter, exactly what you need. The smell and taste of coffee creates a small bubble of comfort in the sterile environment. For a moment, you're not 17 light years from Earth. You're just someone having coffee during a work shift, a universal human experience that connects you across space and time to billions of other people doing the same thing. The monitoring screens show 17 tanks, each one housing specimens that are completely indifferent to human holidays and human isolation. The crystalline colonies don't know it's December 24th. The aquatic filter feeders don't care about Christmas. The amphipod cluster in Tank 12 maintains its usual routine of filtering microorganisms and completely ignoring everything else, which is somehow comforting. At least the specimens are having a normal day. You carry your coffee back to the monitoring station, settling in for what promises to be a long, quiet night of observation and documentation. The smell of coffee mingles with the antiseptic and the subtle organic scents of the specimens, creating the unique olfactory signature of night shift in a xenobiology research lab. Outside the observation ports, if you bothered to look, there would be only darkness. Inside the lab, there's warmth and light, and the carefully maintained environments that keep 17 species alive. You sip your coffee and watch the monitoring screens, and for a moment, everything feels exactly as it should be. The specimen monitoring protocol requires physical observation every 2 hours, verifying that the electronic sensors are accurately reflecting the actual conditions in each tank. Meanwhile, researchers on Earth are probably taking holiday breaks, leaving their labs closed until after New Year's. Your specimens don't get holiday breaks. They need continuous monitoring, regardless of what date the calendar shows. You grab your observation tablet, a ruggedized device designed for lab use, with a waterproof case and stylus attachment, and begin the rounds, starting with Tank 1 in Section A. The tank houses a colony of photosynthetic organisms from a high-radiation moon orbiting a red dwarf star in the Epsilon Eridani system. The organisms look like translucent flowers that glow faintly under UV light, processing metallic compounds through some biological mechanism that the research team is still trying to understand. Each flower is about 5 centimeters across, with delicate petal-like structures that move slowly in response to the artificial current. They're anchored to substrate rocks, swaying gently, their internal structures visible through semi-transparent tissues. The organisms are healthy, their translucent petals moving slowly in response to the artificial current. You note their coloration, a healthy pale blue-green, indicating proper metabolic function. You check their size against last week's measurements. Growth is proceeding at the expected rate, approximately 0.3 millimeters per week. You scan for any signs of stress or disease, tissue discoloration, unusual growth patterns, damage to the delicate structures. Everything appears normal. The UV cycle is operating correctly, the light cycling through their programmed sequence of wavelengths. The metallic compound solution is at proper concentration, showing 47 parts per million of dissolved iron compounds. The current flow is set at the optimal rate for these specimens, creating gentle movement without stressing the delicate tissues. You make your notes on the observation tablet. Tank 1, 0425 SST, photosynthetic colony, showing normal health parameters, coloration appropriate, growth rate consistent with expectations, no signs of stress or disease, UV cycle operating nominally, metallic compound concentration at 47 ppm, all systems functioning within specifications. Tank 2 contains silicon-based microbes that form crystalline structures. Under the microscope view available through the tank's observation port, they look like tiny geometric snowflakes, which seems oddly appropriate for Christmas Eve. Each microbe is microscopic, but they form collective structures that are visible to the naked eye, delicate crystalline networks that grow across the substrate like frost patterns on winter windows. You check their growth rate using the measuring overlay on the tablet. The crystalline formations have expanded approximately 2.1 millimeters since yesterday's measurement, normal growth pattern, consistent with the established baseline. You verify their feeding solution levels. The silicon compound suspension is at 73% capacity, adequate for another 3 days before refilling is required. The structures are slightly more elaborate than last week's observations, with more complex branching patterns developing in the third-generation growth zones. This is expected. The microbes show increasing structural complexity as their colonies mature. It's one of the interesting aspects of these particular organisms, and one of the research questions the team is investigating. Why does structural complexity increase over time when the individual microbes don't appear to be communicating or coordinating? You document the observation. Tank 2, 0432 SST, silicon microbe colony showing continued growth and development, crystalline structures expanding at 2.1 mmday, consistent with established baseline, structural complexity increasing as expected in mature zones, feeding solution at 73% capacity, all parameters normal. Tank 3 through Tank 6 house various arthropod specimens, segmented creatures that look vaguely like a cross between centipedes and crabs, collected from cave systems on different colony worlds. They're nocturnal by nature, currently active during the ship's night cycle, exploring their habitat structures with methodical precision. Tank 3's specimens are from LV-178, a cave system on a cold world. The arthropods are about 12 centimeters long, with 8 pairs of legs and prominent sensory antennae. They move slowly across the carefully constructed habitat, a miniature cave system with hiding spots and climbing structures. You watch their movement patterns, checking for any signs of illness or unusual behavior. All 3 specimens in the tank are active, moving normally, showing appropriate exploratory behaviors. Their exoskeletons appear healthy. No discoloration, no signs of damage or infection. They're navigating the habitat structures with the same methodical care they've shown for months. You check the environmental parameters. Temperature, tag 2 matching their native environment. Humidity, 85%, appropriate for cave-dwelling species. Atmospheric composition, elevated CO2 levels, replicating the conditions of the deep caves they came from. Tank 3, 0438 SST, arthropod specimens showing normal nocturnal activity. All 3 individuals healthy, moving appropriately, no signs of stress or disease. Environmental parameters matching specifications. No behavioral anomalies detected. Tank 4's specimens are similar, but from a different world, LV-229, a warmer environment with extensive limestone cave systems. These arthropods are slightly smaller, about 9 centimeters, with more elaborate sensory structures. They're also more social, often clustering together in the hiding spots rather than exploring independently. Currently, 2 of the 4 specimens are clustered in the main hiding cave, while the other 2 are actively exploring the habitat. This is normal behaviour for this species. They alternate between social rest periods and individual exploration, with the timing varying based on some internal cycle the researchers haven't fully mapped yet. You document their health. Exoskeletons intact, movement normal, no signs of aggression or stress. The environmental parameters are all within specifications for this species. Tank 5 contains yet another arthropod variety, this one from LV317's volcanic cave systems. These specimens tolerate higher temperatures and lower humidity than the others. They're the most active of all the arthropod species, constantly moving, constantly exploring, seemingly never resting. Right now, all 5 specimens are in motion, crawling across the habitat structures, their many legs moving in coordinated waves. The clicking sound they make as they move is clearly audible, even through the tank glass, a gentle percussion that adds to the lab's acoustic environment. You verify their health and environmental conditions. Everything normal, exactly as expected. Tank 6 rounds out the arthropod collection with specimens from LV394, a twilight world with bioluminescent cave systems. These arthropods have the most interesting feature. They produce a faint blue glow from specialized organs along their segments. In the dim lighting of their habitat, they look like tiny strings of blue lights moving across the surfaces. The bioluminescence is functioning normally, pulsing gently with what researchers believe is related to respiration or communication. The specimens are healthy, active, behaving appropriately. You complete documentation for all the arthropod tanks, noting that all specimens are thriving under the carefully maintained conditions. Tank 7 contains your aquatic filter feeders, the vaguely shrimp-like organisms from a tidal moon. They cluster near their feeding current, their feathery appendages filtering microorganisms from the water. There are 15 individuals in this tank, ranging from 3 to 7 centimeters in length. You verify the pH levels manually using the test kit, showing 7.2 matching. The electronic sensors. The temperature gauge reads 80 nugs exactly. Dissolved oxygen is at 8.2 mg/L, optimal for these specimens. The current flow is creating the appropriate water movement for filter feeding behavior. The creatures are healthy, the cluster is intact, and the tank requires no intervention. Everything is stable. The creatures are thriving exactly as they should be. Tank 7 0451 SST filter feeder colony showing optimal health. All 15 specimens active and feeding normally. pH 7.2, temperature 18 degrees C, dissolved oxygen 8.2 mg/L. All parameters within specifications. No intervention required. Tank 8 through Tank 11 contain various specimens that are primarily interesting for their biochemistry rather than their behaviour. Organisms that produce unusual compounds. Creatures that process toxic materials. Microbes that might have pharmaceutical applications. Tank 8 houses bacterial cultures that produce a compound similar to earth antibiotics. You check their culture density using the spectrophotometer, showing optical density of 0.7, right on target for healthy growth. The culture medium is still fresh, showing no signs of contamination. Tank 9 contains chemosynthetic bacteria that process sulfur compounds. The tank has a characteristic smell, sulfur dioxide, faint but detectable, even through the sealed system. The culture is growing well, processing the sulfur solution provided by the automated feeding system. Tank 10 holds fungi-like organisms from a high-pressure world. They grow in thick mats across the substrate, processing cellulose compounds. You verify their growth rate, expanding approximately 1 centimeter per week, consistent with expectations. Tank 11 contains protozoan-like organisms that might have applications in waste processing. They consume organic compounds and break them down into simple molecules. The culture is healthy, actively processing the nutrient solution provided. You document all the biochemistry specimens, noting their culture densities, growth rates, and metabolic activity levels. All systems functioning normally, all organisms healthy and productive. And then there's Tank 12, the amphipod cluster. You approach this tank last, as you always do, saving the most reliably boring specimens for the end of your observation round. Tank 12 sits in the centre of Section C, a medium-sized aquatic habitat containing a cluster of amphipod-like organisms collected from a tidal estuary on LV 242. You've been monitoring these particular specimens for 6 months now, ever since they were collected during a routine biological survey mission. They're about 8 centimetres long at maturity, segmented bodies with multiple pairs of swimming legs and prominent filter-feeding appendages. They have compound eyes, long sensory antennae, and segmented bodies covered in a smooth exoskeleton. They look unremarkable, behave unremarkably, and have been completely unremarkable in every measurable way, which makes them perfect research subjects in a way. Sometimes xenobiology is about studying the dramatic and dangerous specimens, the acid-blooded horrors, the parasitic nightmares, the creatures that can survive hard vacuum. But sometimes it's about understanding the ordinary alien creatures that are just trying to survive in their normal, boring ways. The amphipods filter feed continuously, processing the microorganism solution that the automated feeding system provides every 4 hours. They move through the water with rhythmic leg movements, cluster together during rest periods, and show absolutely no response to external stimuli beyond basic light-dark cycles. Over the past 6 months, you've tried playing different sounds near their tank. Various frequencies, different volumes, natural environmental recordings from their home world. No response. You've tried varying their feeding schedule. No behavioural changes. You've tried introducing different decorative elements to their habitat. Coloured rocks, different substrate materials, habitat structures. Complete indifference. The research team's running joke is that Tank 12 contains the most aggressively normal specimens in the entire lab. They eat, they swim, they rest, they reproduce at predictable intervals. They're the xenobiological equivalent of watching paint dry. But they're healthy, their tank conditions are stable, and someone needs to monitor them. That someone, tonight, is you. You watch them for several minutes, documenting their behaviour in detail. Currently, all 23 specimens, the population has grown from the original 15 through 2 reproduction cycles, are engaged in active filtering. They're oriented into the current, their feathery appendages extended, processing the water flow for edible microorganisms. Their movements are synchronized in the way that schooling organisms often are, not coordinated by communication, just responding individually to the same environmental cues in similar ways. The result is a kind of collective motion, the entire cluster moving together without any individual actually leading. It's actually quite beautiful when you take time to appreciate it. The rhythmic movement of their swimming legs, the gentle sway of their filter-feeding appendages, the synchronized pulse of 23 individuals, all doing the same thing at the same time. You check their environmental parameters. Temperature, 15 degrees C, matching their native tidal pools. Salinity, 3.2%, appropriate for brackish water species. pH, 7.4, neutral and stable. Dissolved oxygen, 7.8 mmol, adequate for their metabolic needs. Current flow, 5 cm/sec, providing the water movement they need for filter feeding. All parameters are perfect, the amphipods are healthy, the tank is functioning optimally. Tank 12, 0504 SST, amphipod cluster showing standard behaviour patterns. All 23 specimens healthy and actively filter feeding. Temperature 15 degrees, salinity 3.2%, pH 7.4, dissolved oxygen 7.8 mol, current flow at 5 cm/sec, all environmental parameters within specifications, no behavioural anomalies detected, population stable, no signs of stress or disease. The most boring entry in your observation log, as always. You complete your observation rounds and return to the monitoring station. All 17 tanks showing green, all specimens healthy and behaving normally, all systems operating within specified parameters. It's OR5 23 SST, and absolutely nothing interesting has happened. Perfect. The coffee has cooled slightly, but is still drinkable. You take a long sip and settle back into the observation chair, ready for the next phase of the shift, the long hours of monitoring and waiting that make up the bulk of xenobiology research work. At 0545 SST, you remember Brooks's comment about unauthorized music files on the lab's media server. Technically, personal entertainment in the research lab violates several protocols about maintaining professional environment and avoiding contamination of observational objectivity. Meanwhile, researchers on Earth are probably enjoying holiday music without any guilt about protocol violations. You decide that a little seasonal atmosphere, kept very quiet and entirely between you and the specimens, isn't going to compromise research integrity. You pull up the lab's media server on your personal tablet, strictly for observational purposes, you tell yourself, and find a folder labelled Environmental Audio Files. Definitely not holiday music. Inside are several dozen music files, carefully organised by some thoughtful crew member who apparently couldn't face the holidays in complete silence. The folder structure is elaborate, clearly created by someone with too much time and a sense of humour. Subfolders include Acoustic Studies 01, Percussion Instruments, Acoustic Studies 02, String Arrangements, Acoustic Studies 03, Vocal Harmonics, and Acoustic Studies 04, Mixed Ensemble Configurations. You open the first file and hear the opening notes of Jingle Bells, performed on what sounds like a classical piano. The arrangement is sophisticated, not the simple version you remember from childhood, but an elaborately arranged classical interpretation with complex harmonies and variations on the theme. It's beautiful. It's also completely unauthorized and mildly against regulations. You turn the volume down to barely audible, letting the music play softly in the observation area. The specimens can't hear it through their sealed tanks, and you're the only human in this section of the ship. No harm, no contamination of research protocols, just a small gesture toward acknowledging that it's Christmas Eve, even 17 light years from home. The piano arrangement is lovely, each note crisp and clear. You've heard Jingle Bells 10,000 times throughout your life, in shopping centres and on radio stations and at school concerts and family gatherings. But hearing it here, in this sterile lab, in deep space, on Christmas Eve, while monitoring alien creatures, it hits differently. There's something achingly beautiful about this small act of maintaining human traditions in an environment that's completely indifferent to them. The universe doesn't care that it's Christmas. The specimens don't know what December means. The ship's systems continue their programmed operations regardless of holiday calendars. But you care, and whoever uploaded these files cares, and that matters somehow. The stubborn insistence on celebrating even when celebration seems absurd, the determination to mark time and observe traditions even when those traditions have become separated from their original contexts. You sip your coffee and watch the monitoring screens while the music plays. Tank 1's photosynthetic organisms continue their slow glow under UV light, completely unaware of the seasonal music. Tank 2's silicon microbes continue building their crystalline structures, indifferent to human celebrations. Tank 7's filter feeders continue their methodical consumption patterns, processing microorganisms without any knowledge that humans are commemorating the birth of a religious figure who lived 2,000 years ago on a planet 17 light years away. Tank 12's amphipods continue being aggressively normal, filtering and swimming and clustering exactly as they've done every day for 6 months. The music shifts to another file, Silent Night, performed by what sounds like a string quartet. The melody is quiet, reverent, perfect for the deep stillness of night shift in space. You let yourself relax into the moment, acknowledging the strange beauty of this experience. You're alone in a research lab, 17 light-years from Earth, monitoring alien creatures who have no concept of Christmas or December or human traditions, and yet you're still marking the holiday, still maintaining this small connection to human culture and human celebration. There's something defiant about it, something that says, we travel to the stars, we live in impossible isolation, we study creatures that evolved on worlds humans never walked, and we still remember that it's Christmas Eve. We still play music, we still observe traditions, we still maintain the cultural practices that make us human even when we're surrounded by the alien. It's a small rebellion against the vastness of space, against the isolation of deep space research, against the temporal disconnection from Earth. It's saying, we're here, we're human, we remember where we came from. The monitoring screens continue their peaceful display of green status indicators. The specimens continue their normal behaviours, and you continue your vigil, accompanied now by quiet holiday music that technically shouldn't be playing but that makes the isolation slightly more bearable. The string quartet finishes, silent, night, and the next file begins. O come all, ye faithful, in a brass ensemble arrangement. The music is warmer now, fuller, the brass instruments creating a rich sound that fills the observation area despite the low volume. You think about previous Christmases, about family gatherings and gift exchanges and elaborate meals. Those traditions are continuing without you this year. Your family gathered wherever they are. You've lost track of which coast they're on, whether your sister moved to New Seattle or stayed in Boston, whether your parents retired to Mars Colony or stayed on Earth. And they probably made toasts in your absence and opened presents with your name on the gift tags. Or rather, they did that months ago. The Christmas you're experiencing now is a ghost Christmas, a temporal echo of a celebration that happened in real-time months before you're marking it. By the time they receive your holiday message, which you recorded last week and sent via the communication relay, they'll be celebrating some completely different holiday, living in a future you haven't reached yet. Deep space research creates these temporal tangles, these disconnections from synchronized time. You exist in your own bubble of present, separate from Earth's present, celebrating holidays that are simultaneously current for you and past for everyone else. It's disorienting, it's isolating, but it's also kind of beautiful. You get to experience Christmas in this unique way, alone with alien creatures and monitoring equipment, making the holiday mean something specific to this moment and this place. The coffee is warm, the music is beautiful, and all your specimens are healthy. For a moment, that's enough. For a moment, you're not lonely or isolated or disconnected from Earth. You're just a person celebrating a holiday in an unusual place, finding meaning in the traditions you can maintain even when circumstances make traditional celebrations impossible. The brass arrangement swells to its conclusion, and you feel genuinely content, a rare emotion during deep space research when so much of your time is spent in states ranging from bored to anxious to exhausted. Right now, in this moment, everything feels perfectly balanced. The work is proceeding smoothly. The specimens are healthy. The coffee is good. The music is beautiful. Christmas Eve in space, 17 light-years from home, and somehow it's exactly what you needed. At 06 SST, the automated feeding systems activate for their scheduled morning cycle. Meanwhile, families on Earth are probably having elaborate Christmas breakfasts, pancakes and bacon and fresh fruit, and all the morning traditions that mark the holiday. Your specimens are getting precisely measured doses of nutritional solutions delivered through automated dispensers. The feeding systems operate with mechanical precision, each tank receiving its specific nutrition delivery exactly on schedule. The control system, managed by Apollo, triggers the dispensers in sequence, Tank 1 through Tank 17, delivering the appropriate food sources for each species. You monitor the feeding process on your screens, watching as each tank receives its appropriate nutrition. The photosynthetic organisms get their metallic compound solution, a precisely measured dose of iron, manganese, and trace minerals delivered as an aerosol that settles into their growing medium. The silicon microbes get their mineral suspension, silicon dioxide in a carefully buffered solution that maintains the exact pH they require. The arthropods get their protein gel, a nutrient-rich synthetic food that mimics the organic matter they would consume in their native caves. The feeding system is highly automated, requiring minimal human intervention. Your job is primarily to verify that the automation is working correctly, that pumps are operating, that solutions are flowing, that consumption patterns are normal, that no clogs or failures have occurred in the delivery systems. Tank 1 through Tank 6 show normal feeding response. The photosynthetic organisms don't respond to feeding in any obvious behavioral way. They just continue their normal growth, processing the metallic compounds through their unusual metabolism. The silicon microbes similarly show no behavioral change, just continued slow expansion of their crystalline structures. The arthropods, however, become noticeably more active when their protein gel is delivered. In Tank 3, all three specimens emerge from their hiding spots and converge on the feeding station, where the protein gel has been deposited. They don't fight over the food, there's plenty for all of them, but they do engage in some mild jostling for position, a normal social behaviour for this species. You watch them feed, noting their healthy appetites and normal consumption behaviours. The gel will be completely consumed within about 15 minutes, after which the specimens will return to their normal exploration and resting patterns. Tank 4's specimens show similar feeding enthusiasm. The four arthropods converge on their feeding station, their antennae waving excitedly, as much as arthropod behaviour can be described as excited. Really, they're just responding to chemical cues with increased activity, but it looks like excitement. Tank 5 and Tank 6 proceed similarly, hungry arthropods consuming their delivered nutrition with the mechanical efficiency that characterises their species. You note the data in your observation log. 06 shoot feeding cycle initiated. Tanks 1 to 6 showing normal feeding response. Arthropod specimens in Tanks 3 to 6 displaying appropriate consumption behaviours. Protein gel delivery systems functioning nominally. Estimated consumption completion 06.15 for arthropod tanks. Tank 7's filter feeders respond to their microorganism infusion with characteristic enthusiasm. The automated system delivers a concentrated pulse of cultured microorganisms, single-celled algae and bacteria that the amphipods filter from the water. When the microorganism cloud enters their tank, the filter feeders immediately increase their activity level, their feathery appendages working faster as they process the increased food availability. You watch them for several minutes, appreciating their simple efficiency. They're not intelligent, not complex, just small creatures doing what millions of years of evolution programmed them to do. Filter food from water, extract nutrients, continue living. There's something meditative about watching filter feeders eat. The rhythmic movement of their appendages, the gentle current carrying food particles past their filtering structures, the gradual clearing of the water as they process the microorganism bloom. It's all very peaceful, very regular, very predictable. Tank 70604 SST, filter feeders responding normally to microorganism infusion. Increased filtering activity observed, consistent with feeding behaviour. Water clarity will return to baseline by approximately 0630. All specimens participating in feeding, health parameters continue normal. Tank 8 through Tank 11 show normal feeding activity for their various species. The bacterial cultures begin processing their fresh nutrient medium, the culture densities starting their exponential growth phase. The chemosynthetic bacteria receive their sulfur compound infusion, beginning their metabolic processing cycles. The fungi-like organisms start breaking down the cellulose compounds delivered to their substrate. The protozoan-like organisms become more active as they detect the new organic compounds added to their medium. Growth cultures are consuming nutrients at expected rates. Biochemistry is proceeding normally. Everything is exactly as it should be. You note each tank's feeding response in detail, creating the comprehensive documentation that research requires. Every feeding cycle must be logged, every consumption pattern recorded, every behavioral response documented. Over months and years, this data builds into a complete picture of each species' nutritional needs and feeding behaviors. Tank 12 receives its microorganism solution, and the amphipod cluster responds with their usual methodical behavior. The feeding system delivers the microorganism infusion through dispersal ports that create an even distribution throughout the tank, ensuring all specimens have equal access to food. The amphipods detect the food infusion, probably through chemical sensing, though the exact mechanism hasn't been definitively determined, and adjust their behavior accordingly. They orient toward the highest food concentration, position themselves optimally in the current flow, increase their filtering activity, and begin processing the influx of nutrition. It's the same response they've shown for 6 months. Efficient, predictable, completely unremarkable. There's no excitement, no competition for food, no social behaviors beyond the basic clustering that they maintain constantly. They just filter more actively when food is available, then return to baseline filtering when food concentration decreases. You watch them for several minutes, partly because you're supposed to document feeding behaviors, partly because you've become oddly fond of these boring creatures. They're not impressive or dramatic or interesting in the ways that make for exciting research, but there's something appealing about their reliability, their simple efficiency, their contentment with just being amphipods doing amphipod things. Tank 12, Yo606 SST, amphipod cluster responding to microorganism infusion with standard feeding behavior. All 23 specimens participating, showing increased filtering activity, orientation toward optimal current flow maintained. No competition or aggressive behaviors observed. Feeding response entirely consistent with established baseline patterns. Estimated feeding period completion 6.25. Return to baseline activity by 6.35. You make your notation in the master feeding log. 6-hour feeding cycle complete across all tanks. All specimens showing appropriate consumption behaviors for their respective species. No anomalies detected. All automated feeding systems functioning within specifications. Next scheduled feeding cycle, 10-hour SST. While the specimens eat, you check the environmental logs, reviewing the overnight data from the automated monitoring systems. Apollo has been recording continuously, tracking every parameter every minute, creating the comprehensive data record that research requires. Temperature fluctuations are minimal, less than 0.2 degrees Celsius variation in any tank, well within acceptable ranges. The environmental control systems are functioning efficiently, maintaining precise thermal conditions despite the constant metabolic heat generation from the specimens. pH levels are stable across all tanks. The automated dosing systems have made minor corrections throughout the night, adding microscopic amounts of buffering compounds to maintain optimal pH for each species. The largest correction was in Tank 7, where Brooks had noted the slight alkaline drift. Apollo had continued making small acidifying additions to hold the pH at 7.2. Dissolved oxygen levels are appropriate across all aquatic tanks. The aeration systems are working efficiently, maintaining gas exchange rates that keep oxygen at optimal levels despite the specimen's constant metabolic consumption. Atmospheric compositions in the non-aquatic tanks match specifications. The gas mixing systems have maintained the exotic atmospheres required by various specimens. High CO2 for cave arthropods, methane supplementation for certain bacterial cultures, precise trace gas mixtures for specialized species. The data is boring in the best possible way. Everything is working correctly. Nothing is going wrong. The systems are maintaining the delicate balances that keep 17 species alive and healthy across 17 different environmental configurations. You finish reviewing the logs and update your own documentation. Night shift environmental monitoring 0406.15 SST. All systems functioning nominally. No alerts, no anomalies, no unexpected parameter variations. Automated control systems maintaining specifications across all tanks. Environmental stability continues excellent. The feeding cycle completes and the specimens settle back into their post-feeding behaviours. The arthropods return to their hiding spots to digest, becoming less active as their metabolisms process the protein gel. The filter feeders in Tank 7 continue their rhythmic filtering, gradually processing the microorganism bloom until the water returns to its normal clarity. The biochemistry specimens in Tanks 8-11 continue their metabolic cycles, breaking down nutrients and producing the various compounds that make them research-worthy. Tank 12's amphipods return to baseline activity levels. Their brief feeding frenzy, though frenzy is far too dramatic a word, for their mild increase in filtering activity, concluding as the food concentration drops back to normal background levels. You update the feeding log with final notes about consumption completion and return to baseline behaviours. All 17 tanks showing green, all feeding systems operating correctly, all specimens healthy and behaving predictably. It's 0634 SST on Christmas Eve, and your primary accomplishment is successfully monitoring automated feeding systems. Not exciting, but exactly what your job requires. Not dramatic, but exactly what keeps xenobiology specimens alive and healthy through years of deep space research. You refill your coffee cup and prepare for the next phase of the shift. Several hours of sustained monitoring and documentation, waiting for the next scheduled activity, maintaining vigilance over systems that are functioning perfectly. The unauthorized holiday music continues playing softly. You've let it cycle to "O Come All Ye Faithful," performed by what sounds like a brass ensemble. The music provides pleasant background atmosphere without interfering with your concentration or observations. You settle back into the observation chair, coffee warm in your hands, watching the monitoring screens display their peaceful arrangements of data and status indicators, and you're content. Not excited, not thrilled, not stimulated by dramatic events, just content, which is, arguably, exactly what you need on a quiet night shift during Christmas Eve, 17 light years from home. At 07 USST, you begin the weekly Behavioral Analysis Update, a comprehensive review of specimen activity patterns, comparing current observations against historical baselines to identify any developing trends or changes. Meanwhile, research institutions on Earth are probably closed for the holidays, their weekly analyses postponed until after the new year. Your specimens don't respect holiday schedules. Behavioral analysis continues on its regular rotation, regardless of what date appears on the calendar. The behavioral analysis process is one of the more time-intensive aspects of xenobiology research. It involves reviewing 7 days of continuous monitoring data for each specimen tank, comparing activity patterns against established baselines, identifying any deviations or trends, and determining whether those changes represent normal variation or potentially significant developments. You pull up the behavioral tracking software, which uses the tank monitoring cameras to record and analyze specimen activities. The software tracks movement patterns, feeding behaviors, rest cycles, reproductive activities, and social interactions, creating quantitative data from observational research. The system uses motion detection algorithms to quantify activity levels, pattern recognition to identify specific behaviors, and statistical analysis to compare current data against historical norms. It's sophisticated software, but it still requires human oversight. Computers can count movements and measure frequencies, but they can't always distinguish between behaviorally significant changes and meaningless noise. That's where you come in, providing the biological interpretation that transforms data into understanding. You start with Tank 1, pulling up the week's activity summary. The photosynthetic colony shows a 3.2% increase in overall metabolic activity compared to last week, consistent with their seasonal pattern of responding to the adjusted UV cycle. The research team has been gradually shifting the UV wavelength distribution to match the seasonal changes on the specimen's homeworld, and the organisms are responding appropriately. Their growth rate has increased proportionally from 0.28 millimeters per week last month to 0.31 millimeters per week currently. This is within expected parameters, matching the growth acceleration that occurs during their equivalent of spring on the high radiation moon they came from. Metallic compound processing has increased by 2.8%, consistent with the elevated metabolic activity. The organisms are consuming slightly more iron and manganese, processing these metals through their unusual biochemistry to support accelerated growth. Everything within expected parameters. You note the data and mark it green in the analysis system. Tank 1, Weekly Behavioral Analysis. Metabolic activity increase of 3.2% consistent with programmed UV cycle adjustment. Growth rate acceleration appropriate for seasonal simulation. Metallic processing rates proportional to metabolic change. All parameters trending as expected. No anomalies detected. Tank 2's silicon microbes are forming increasingly complex crystalline structures. Their third-generation growth is showing more elaborate geometric patterns than the initial colonization. The complexity metric, a quantitative measure the research team developed to describe structural elaboration, has increased from 4.7 to 5.3 over the past week. This is interesting from a research perspective, but not anomalous. The trend has been consistent for months. As the colony matures, the crystalline structures become more elaborate. It's one of the core research questions. What drives increasing complexity in these organisms? Is it environmental feedback, chemical gradients in the growth medium, some kind of collective behavior among the microbes? The senior researchers are investigating several hypotheses, but no definitive answer yet. Your job is simply to document the trend continuation. Tank 2, Weekly Behavioral Analysis, crystalline complexity continuing to increase from 4.7 to 5.3 metric units. Growth rate stable at 2.1 millimeters per day. Structural elaboration proceeding as expected in mature colony zones. Third-generation formations showing enhanced geometric patterns. No anomalous behaviors. Trend flagged for senior researcher review. Tank 3 through Tank 6's arthropod specimens show stable behavioral patterns across the board. You review each tank's data individually, checking movement frequencies, habitat exploration patterns, social hierarchy behaviors, feeding competition indices, and rest cycle durations. Tank 3, movement patterns unchanged from baseline. The three specimens are maintaining their established territorial divisions within the habitat, each one claiming roughly equal space and respecting the other's boundaries. Nocturnal activity levels consistent. Feeding competition minimal, plenty of food for all specimens, no aggressive behaviors. Rest cycles averaging 6.3 hours per 24-hour period within the expected range. Tank 4, social clustering behaviors stable. The four specimens continue their pattern of alternating between group rest periods and individual exploration. Average cluster duration, 3.8 hours, consistent with previous weeks. exploration frequency stable. No changes in social hierarchy. The largest specimen continues to claim the prime hiding spot first, but others are allowed to join without conflict. Tank 5. High activity levels continuing. These volcanic cave arthropods maintain their characteristic constant movement, rarely resting for more than a few minutes at a time. Movement frequency 73 movements per hour, consistent with established baseline. No signs of stress despite high activity levels. This is simply normal behavior for this species. Tank 6. Bioluminescence patterns stable. The Twilight World arthropods continue their regular light production, with pulsing frequency averaging 0.8 Hz. Social behaviors minimal. These are more solitary than the other arthropod species. Habitat utilization, showing normal distribution across available space. You document each tank. Tanks 3-6, weekly behavioral analysis. All arthropod specimens maintaining stable activity, patterns, movement frequencies, social behaviors, rest cycles, and habitat utilization, all within normal ranges. No significant changes detected. No anomalies observed. All specimens healthy and behaving appropriately for their respective species. Tank 7's filter feeders continue their reliable consistency. You review their activity data with particular attention to detail because these specimens are so predictable that any variation would be immediately noticeable. Movement patterns, unchanged from established baseline. The filter feeders maintain their characteristic rhythm, active filtering for 18 to 20 hours per day, rest clustering for 4-6 hours, with the exact timing varying based on environmental cues, primarily light-dark cycles, and food availability. Feeding efficiency, stable at 87% of maximum theoretical processing rate. This has been their consistent performance for months. They filter at nearly maximum efficiency whenever food is available, maintaining this impressive rate without apparent fatigue. Reproductive cycle, progressing on schedule. 2 specimens are showing early signs of reproductive development, consistent with the species' bi-monthly reproduction cycle. No behavioral changes associated with reproduction yet. These organisms don't have elaborate mating behaviors, just simple hormone-triggered egg production. Population health. Excellent. All 15 specimens active and healthy. No mortality, no signs of disease, no stress indicators. The tank environment is clearly optimal for this species. Tank 7, weekly behavioral analysis. Filter feeder colony, maintaining optimal health and performance. Activity patterns unchanged from baseline. Feeding efficiency stable at 87%. Reproductive cycle progressing normally. 2 specimens showing early reproductive development signs. Expected completion in 8 to 10 days. Population stable and healthy. No anomalies detected. Tank 8 through Tank 11's various specimens show appropriate biochemical activity. You review the culture density graphs, the metabolic rate measurements, the compound production data. Tank 8's antibiotic-producing bacteria, growth curve following expected exponential pattern. Culture density increasing from OD 0.5 to 0.7 over the week, normal progression. Antibiotic compound production proportional to cell density. No contamination detected in culture medium. Tank 9's chemosynthetic bacteria. Sulfur processing rate stable. Culture consuming sulfur compounds at 12.3 grams per day, unchanged from previous week. Metabolic efficiency high. No signs of culture stress or contamination. Tank 10's fungi-like organisms. Growth rate holding steady at 1.1 centimeter a week. Cellulose processing efficient. Mat coverage expanding predictably across substrate. No disease or parasitic contamination detected. Tank 11's protozoan-like organisms. Culture density stable. Waste processing efficiency at 92%. Excellent performance. No population crashes or unexpected die-offs. Organic compound consumption rates normal. You document all the biochemistry specimens. Tanks 8 to 11, weekly behavioural analysis. All cultures showing appropriate growth and metabolic activity. Culture densities progressing as expected. Compound production rates normal. No contamination detected. All biochemical systems functioning optimally. And then you reach Tank 12's behavioural analysis. The amphipod cluster's data is, as always, remarkably boring. You pull up their activity summary, expecting the usual flat lines and unchanged parameters that characterise their 6 months of observation. Movement patterns, consistent with established baseline. Swimming frequency, averaging 42 cycles per minute, exactly matching the 6-month average. No changes detected. Feeding efficiency, stable at 79% of maximum theoretical rate. Slightly lower than Tank 7's filter feeders, but consistent with this species' normal performance. Rest cycle duration, averaging 5.2 hours per 24-hour period, unchanged from previous measurements. Social clustering behaviour, predictable. The cluster maintains its characteristic tight formation during rest periods, disperses moderately during active filtering, shows no aggressive or competitive behaviours. Reproductive activity proceeding on exactly the schedule that 6 months of observation would predict. 3 specimens showing reproductive development expected to produce eggs in 12-14 days, consistent with their bi-monthly cycle. The software generates its summary. No significant behavioural changes detected. All measured parameters within normal range. Specimen cluster showing expected characteristics for healthy population in stable environment. In other words, the amphipods are still aggressively normal. You're about to approve the report and move on when you notice something odd in the activity timeline. There's a small spike in movement frequency around 05 or 47 SST, just barely outside the normal range, lasting for approximately 8 minutes before returning to baseline. It's subtle enough that you might have missed it if you weren't doing the detailed weekly analysis. The overall average is still well within normal range, but there was definitely a brief period of increased activity this morning. You frown at the data, wondering if it's just statistical noise or something worth investigating. The spike is small. Movement frequency increased from 42 to 49 cycles per minute, about 17% above baseline. Not dramatic, but outside the normal variation range. You pull up the video footage from Tank 12, scrolling back to 0545 SST. The amphipods are filtering normally, moving with their characteristic rhythmic swimming motions. Their formation is standard, their behaviours unremarkable, everything appearing entirely normal. Then right around 0547, they become slightly more active, swimming faster, changing direction more frequently, their antennae moving more rapidly. The cluster's formation becomes slightly less organised, with individuals showing more independent movement rather than the usual synchronised pattern. It lasts for about 8 minutes, then gradually returns to normal by 0555 SST. You check the tank conditions during that period. Temperature, stable at 15 degrees, no fluctuations detected. pH, stable at 7.4, no drift or corrections needed. Dissolved oxygen, stable at 7.8 parts per minute cell, no changes. Salinity, stable at 3.2%, no variations. Current flow, steady at 5 cm/sec, no pump irregularities. Lighting, unchanged, following normal day-night cycle. From an environmental perspective, nothing changed that would explain the brief activity increase. You review the general lab conditions during that time frame. Environmental systems, normal operation, no alerts or alarms. Pressure, stable throughout the facility. Temperature, steady at 21 degrees in the observation area. No personnel activity. You were alone in the lab, sitting at your monitoring station. No unusual vibrations or sounds from ship systems that might have disturbed the specimens. Wait, you check your personal tablet, the unauthorized holiday music. What was playing at 0547 SST? You scroll through the playlist log that your tablet automatically maintains. Acoustic study 001 percussion instruments, also known as Jingle Bells. The piano arrangement started playing at 0545 SST. The amphipods' increased activity started at 547 SST, about 2 minutes into the song. The song ended at 5:49:32 SST. The amphipods' activity returned to baseline by 5:55 SST, approximately 5 minutes after the music ended. You stare at the data, trying to process the correlation. It's probably coincidence. The music was playing in the observation area, not broadcast into the tank. Tank 12 is sealed. The amphipods can't hear sounds from outside their environment. There's no mechanism for the music to affect their behaviour, but the timing is suspicious. You cross-reference the exact timestamps, comparing the music playback to the behavioural data with precise attention to detail. Music start at 05:45:0 SST amphipod activity, increase onset 05:47:04 SST, 124 seconds after music start. Music end 05:49:32 SST amphipod activity peak 05:49:28 SST, 4 seconds before music end. Amphipod return to baseline 05:54:43 SST, 3:13 seconds after music end. The correlation is striking. The activity increase started about 2 minutes into the song, peaked right at the song's conclusion, and returned to baseline about 5 minutes after the music stopped. It could still be coincidence. Organisms don't behave like clockwork. There's always some statistical noise in biological systems. Maybe the amphipods just happened to have a brief period of elevated activity at exactly the time Jingle Bells was playing. But it's worth noting. It's worth flagging for investigation. Because if there's any chance this correlation is meaningful, it represents an unexpected behavioural response that should be documented and understood. You make a note in your observation log. Tank 12, weekly behavioural analysis. Overall behaviour patterns normal and consistent with established baseline. Single anomalous event detected at 05:47:05:55. SST, brief 8-minute increase in movement frequency, 17% above baseline, from 42 to 49 cycles per HMIN. No environmental changes detected in tank during anomalous period. No apparent external stimuli. Possible spontaneous behavioural variation within species normal range. Temporal correlation with audio stimulus in observation area noted but mechanism unclear. Recommend continued observation and possible controlled testing to determine if correlation is meaningful or coincidental. You flag the observation for follow-up, because that's what good research methodology requires, even when the observation seems ridiculous, even when the idea that amphipods might respond to Christmas music seems absurd, because science isn't about ignoring data because it seems unlikely. Science is about documenting observations, investigating correlations, and determining which patterns are meaningful and which are coincidental. And right now, you have a documented correlation between Jingle Bells and amphipod activity that might be nothing but might be something. You complete the rest of the behavioural analysis, finishing the documentation for all 17 tanks, submitting the weekly report to the research database. But your attention keeps returning to Tank 12, to those 8 minutes of elevated activity, to the suspicious timing that probably means nothing but might mean something interesting. It's 07:52 SST. You have 4 more hours until your shift ends, and you're starting to develop a hypothesis that's either brilliant observational science or complete isolation-induced madness. Possibly both. At 07:55 SST, you brew your 3rd cup of coffee and find yourself unable to stop thinking about the amphipod's brief activity spike. Meanwhile, if anyone on Earth knew you were spending Christmas Eve analysing whether alien shrimp reacted to Jingle Bells, they'd probably question your career choices. You're questioning them yourself. The coffee maker produces its familiar gurgling soundtrack, while you review the behavioural data one more time, pulling it up on multiple screens to examine it from different angles. The activity spike is real but minor, well within the range of normal biological variation. Organisms don't behave like clockwork. There's always some statistical noise in behavioural systems, but the timing bothers you. 2 minutes after Jingle Bells started playing, returning to baseline approximately 5 minutes after it ended. The The correlation is too precise to dismiss without investigation. You pull up the research literature on amphipod hearing capabilities, accessing the database of xenobiology papers that the Mendel maintains for researcher reference. You search for studies on aquatic arthropod sensory systems, looking for any information about auditory perception in species similar to your Tank 12 specimens. The literature confirms what you already know. Amphipod-type organisms typically detect sound as vibration through water, rather than as airborne pressure waves. They have mechanoreceptors along their bodies that sense water movement, pressure changes, substrate vibrations. But there's no evidence they can hear airborne sounds, especially not through a sealed tank with observation glass and structural isolation from the ship, unless you examine the tank mounting specifications in the technical documentation. Tank 12 sits on a standard research platform with vibration isolation to prevent ship systems from affecting the specimens. The isolation consists of rubber dampening mounts, spring suspensions, and structural brakes that minimize vibration transmission from the ship's structure to the tank. But vibration isolation isn't perfect. Some frequencies can transmit through mounting brackets, especially if the vibrations are at specific resonant frequencies. And music creates vibrations, transmitted from speakers through the air and potentially through any solid structures the speakers are mounted to or near. Could the music have created subtle vibrations that transmitted through the ship's structure, through the mounting brackets into the tank, creating water vibrations that the amphipods detected? It seems unlikely. The music was playing at very low volume from tablet speakers that aren't structurally connected to anything. Jingle Bells is mostly higher frequency notes, not the kind of bass frequencies that would transmit effectively through solid structures, but it's possible. Maybe. You consider the available evidence. 1. The amphipods showed increased activity during music playback. 2. The timing correlation is precise. 3. No environmental changes occurred in the tank. CR 4. Amphipods can detect water vibrations. 5. Music creates vibrations, though weak ones at low volume. 6. Vibration isolation is good but not perfect. The hypothesis is plausible but requires testing. You need to determine if the correlation is reproducible. If you play Jingle Bells again and the amphipods respond similarly, you'll have evidence of a real effect. If they don't respond, you'll have evidence it was coincidence. You take a long sip of coffee and consider your options. Option 1. Ignore the observation entirely. It's probably coincidence, and making a big deal about amphipods, possibly responding to holiday music, would make you look ridiculous in research reports. The safe choice, the boring choice, the choice that ensures you don't embarrass yourself. Option 2. Document it but take no further action. Note the correlation in your logs. Acknowledge it might be coincidence. Move on with normal monitoring. The cautious choice. The acceptable choice. The choice that covers you without committing to investigation. Option 3. Conduct an experiment. Play the same music again and see if the amphipods respond similarly. The scientific choice. The interesting choice. The choice that might reveal something meaningful or might make you look foolish. Option 3 violates several research protocols about introducing uncontrolled variables into ongoing studies. You're supposed to maintain stable, documented conditions. You're not supposed to play Christmas music and see what happens. But option 3 would actually answer the question of whether there's a real correlation or just coincidence. Option 3 is what a researcher should do when confronted with an unexpected observation. Test it, investigate it, determine if it's real. You're a research scientist. Your job is to investigate interesting observations, even if those observations involve alien creatures possibly reacting to jingle bells, even if investigating makes you feel slightly ridiculous, even if the hypothesis seems absurd. You make a decision. At 08 Solar SST, you'll conduct an informal observational test. You'll play Jingle Bells again, same volume, same location, same everything, and carefully monitor Tank 12's activity levels. If the amphipods respond similarly, you'll have evidence of a real correlation. If they don't respond, you'll have evidence it was coincidence. Either way, you'll have data. And data, even data about Christmas music and alien shrimp, is what research is about. The coffee is strong, your decision is made, and you have 5 minutes to prepare your observation protocols. You pull out a fresh data recording sheet, preparing to document this test with excessive detail. You position the monitoring camera on Tank 12 to capture maximum detail. You verify that all environmental sensors are recording properly. If the amphipods respond, you want absolute proof that it's not due to some change in their tank conditions. You check your tablet's audio system, ensuring the volume is set exactly as it was during the first observation. You position the tablet in the same location on your desk where it was earlier. You're treating this like a real experiment because it might be a real observation. You're being ridiculous and scientific simultaneously, which is possibly the definition of good research, taking everything seriously enough to test properly, even when it seems absurd. The time is 07:59:47 SST, 13 seconds until your test begins. You take a deep breath, watching Tank 12 on your monitoring screen. The amphipods filter peacefully, completely unaware they're about to participate in what might be either a breakthrough observation or a researcher's descent into isolation-induced madness. 8 seconds, 5 seconds, 3, you press play. To be continued in remaining chapters to reach target word count. The script continues with the experimental observation, the discovery of reproducible responses, the investigation of mechanisms, the involvement of senior researchers, and the eventual publication of findings, expanding the narrative to the full 20,000, 25,000 word target. The complete revised version replaces all instances of Chen with Brooks and Alvarez with Sterling throughout. At 8:01 SST exactly, you press play. The piano arrangement of Jingle Bells begins, the familiar melody filling the observation area at the same low volume as before. You watch Tank 12 intently, your eyes locked on the monitoring screen, showing the live camera feed. Your heart rate increases slightly. You can feel it, the anticipation of possibly observing something real or possibly confirming you imagined a pattern that doesn't exist. Both outcomes would be informative, but one would be far more interesting than the other. For the first minute, nothing changes. The amphipods continue their normal swimming and filtering patterns. Movement frequency remains at baseline, 42 cycles per minute, exactly average. Their formation is standard, their behaviours unremarkable. Maybe it was coincidence after all. You note the time, 08:01 word SST, 1 minute elapsed, no behavioural changes detected. Then, at approximately 08:01:47 SST, almost exactly 2 minutes into the song, just like before, the amphipod's movement frequency begins to increase. It's subtle, nothing dramatic, but the data is clear. Swimming speed increases by approximately 15%. Direction changes become more frequent. Antennae movements become more rapid. The entire cluster becomes slightly more active, like someone turned up the energy level by a small but measurable amount. You check the tank sensors obsessively. Temperature, stable at 15 degrees C, no fluctuations. pH, stable at 7.4, unchanged. Dissolved oxygen, stable at 7.8 ppl. Current flow, steady at 5 simsec. Lighting, unchanged. Nothing in their environment has changed. The amphipods are responding to something, and the only variable you've introduced is the music. Your hands are shaking slightly as you make notes. 08:01:47, activity increase onset. Movement frequency increasing from baseline 42 to approximately 48 cycles per minute. Direction changes more frequent. Antennae activity elevated. No tank environmental changes detected. The activity increase continues for the duration of the song. The amphipods swim faster, move more erratically, show more independent behavior rather than synchronized clustering. It's exactly the same pattern you observed earlier. At 8:4:32 SST, Jingle Bells ends. Over the next 2 to 3 minutes, the amphipod's activity gradually returns to baseline levels. By 8:7:15, they're back to their normal 42 cycles per minute, standard clustering behavior, unremarkable filtering activity. You sit back in your chair, staring at the data in disbelief. The amphipods responded to Jingle Bells. It's reproducible. You've now observed the correlation twice, under controlled conditions, with the response timing being remarkably consistent. The first observation had activity increase at 5:47, 2 minutes into the song. This observation had activity increase at 8:01:47, 2 minutes into the song. The first observation had returned to baseline about 5 minutes after the music ended. This observation shows the same pattern. This is impossible, or at least highly improbable. The amphipods shouldn't be able to hear the music through their sealed tank. There's no obvious mechanism for this to work, and yet the data is clear. Reproducible. You've observed the response twice now, with consistent patterns. You need to test this further. You need to determine if it's specifically Jingle Bells, or if they respond to any music. You need to test different volumes, different frequencies. You need to understand the mechanism. But first, you need to document what you've just observed. You create a new research note in the system. Observation log. Tank 12 behavioral anomaly, December 24th, 800 hours. Amphipod cluster shows reproducible increase in activity levels, approx. 15% increase in movement frequency from 42 to 48 cycles, mini, in temporal correlation with audio stimulus, Jingle Bells piano arrangement. Response appears approximately 2 minutes after audio onset, persists for duration of audio stimulus, approximately 4.5 minutes, returns to baseline 2-3 minutes after audio cessation. No changes in tank environmental parameters detected during response period. No apparent mechanism for audio transmission to sealed aquatic environment. Correlation reproduced in controlled observation at 8 SST following initial observation at 05:47 SST. Response timing highly consistent across both observations. Recommend further systematic testing to determine 1. Specificity of stimulus. Does response occur with other audio? 2. Mechanism of detection. Vibration, EM fields. Unknown sensory modality. 3. Whether response is unique to this specimen cluster or species-wide characteristic. Observation may represent novel sensory capability or may indicate unknown environmental coupling between observation area and tank environment. You've just discovered that alien amphipods from LV-242 respond to Christmas music. This is either the most exciting thing that's happened in 6 months, or you're about to make yourself look completely ridiculous. Possibly both. At 08:15 SST, you're simultaneously excited about discovering unusual amphipod behavior and concerned that you're losing your mind to isolation. Meanwhile, peer-reviewed journals on Earth are probably not in the habit of publishing papers titled Jingle Bells, Unexpected Stimulus Response in tidal amphipod species. You pace the observation area, thinking through the implications. If this is real, if the amphipods are actually responding to the music, then there are several possibilities to consider. Possibility 1. Vibration transmission. Despite the tank's vibration, isolation, some acoustic energy is transmitting through the structure and creating water vibrations that the amphipods can detect. This is the most likely explanation, though the selective response to specific music would be interesting. Why would they respond to Jingle Bells specifically, or do they respond to all music? You need to test other compositions to determine if the response is general or specific. Possibility 2. unknown sensory mechanism. The amphipods possess some sensory capability not yet documented, possibly related to electromagnetic sensitivity, possibly something more exotic. Earth has organisms that can detect magnetic fields, electric fields, even quantum effects. Xenobiology is full of surprises. Maybe these amphipods have sensory capabilities that human researchers haven't identified yet because no one thought to play music near their tanks before. Possibility. 3. Complete coincidence. The amphipod's increased activity has nothing to do with the music. You've observed correlation twice purely by chance, and further testing will show no consistent pattern. This is statistically possible, unlikely, but possible. 2 observations don't make a definitive pattern, even if the timing was suspiciously consistent. Possibility 4. Observer effect gone wrong. You're unconsciously introducing some other variable, electromagnetic interference from your tablet, subtle movements you're making while watching them, changes in your breathing or body heat affecting room temperature in ways that somehow impact the tank environment, something in your observation methodology that's actually causing the behavioral change without you realizing it. This is always a concern in biological research. The act of observation can affect the thing being observed in unexpected ways. Possibility 5. You're hallucinating from too much coffee and isolation. Self-explanatory and slightly concerning. Deep space isolation can do strange things to perception and cognition. Maybe you're seeing patterns that aren't there, interpreting normal behavioral variation as meaningful response, but you have recorded data, video footage, sensor logs. It's not just your perception. The instruments are recording the behavioral changes too. You need more data. You need to test systematically. You need to be absolutely certain this is real before you report it to the senior researchers. Because if you're wrong, you'll never live this down. Making claims about amphipods responding to Christmas music based on 2 observations would be premature at best, career-ending at worst. The research community would laugh you out of every conference you ever tried to attend. But if you're right, if the amphipods genuinely possess some sensory capability that allows them to detect and respond to music, or more accurately, to detect whatever physical phenomenon the music is creating, vibrations, electromagnetic fields, something else, then this is a legitimate scientific discovery. Novel sensory capabilities in a xenobiological species are always significant findings. Understanding how organisms detect and respond to environmental stimuli is fundamental to xenobiology. Then again, discoveries often come from unexpected observations. Penicillin was discovered because Alexander Fleming noticed something he wasn't looking for: contamination in his bacterial cultures that killed the bacteria instead of just ruining the experiment. X-rays were discovered by Wilhelm Röntgen when he noticed photographic plates being exposed by some unknown radiation from his cathode ray tube experiments. The cosmic microwave background radiation was discovered by Arno Penzias and Robert Wilson when they were trying to eliminate annoying noise from their radio antenna. Sometimes science advances because someone pays attention to the weird thing that wasn't supposed to happen, instead of dismissing it as experimental error or contamination or coincidence. You're a research scientist. Your job is to investigate interesting observations, even if those observations involve alien creatures possibly reacting to Jingle Bells. You make a decision. You'll conduct 3 more tests using different audio stimuli, then document everything and report it to Dr. Sterling, the senior xenobiologist. If the pattern holds, you'll have a legitimate research findings. If it doesn't, you'll have evidence it was coincidence, and you can quietly pretend this never happened. Either way, you'll have data. You queue up 3 additional audio files from the unauthorized music collection. 1. Silent Night. Slow, gentle melody, primarily lower frequencies than Jingle Bells. 2. Carol of the Bells, fast rhythmic, primarily higher frequencies with complex overlapping patterns. 3. Classical piano music, non-holiday, similar style to Jingle Bells, but different composition, serving as a control to determine if the response is specific to holiday music or general to piano music of similar structure. You'll play each one in sequence, with sufficient time between tests for the amphipods to return to baseline. You'll monitor carefully, document obsessively, and see what the data shows. But first you check your coffee supply. This is going to be a longer shift than anticipated. The coffee container shows you have enough for 3 more cups, adequate for several more hours of alert observation. You brew another cup, the 4th of your shift, knowing that you're exceeding the recommended caffeine intake for sustained performance, but deciding that potential scientific discovery justifies the extra stimulation. While the coffee brews, you prepare your documentation system. You create a new research folder in your personal files. Tank 12 Audio Response Investigation, December 24th, 2183. Inside, you'll store all video footage, sensor data, behavioral measurements, and observational notes from today's testing. You set up a data logging template with columns for test number, audio stimulus, title, duration, frequency characteristics, start time, response onset time, if any, response magnitude, movement frequency change, response duration, return to baseline time, tank environmental parameters, temperature, pH, DO, salinity, current flow, lab environmental parameters, temperature, pressure, acoustic noise levels, observer notes. This is how informal observations become legitimate research through systematic documentation, controlled testing, and comprehensive data collection. The coffee is ready. You pour it, take a fortifying sip, and prepare for the next round of testing. At 08:45 SST, after allowing 30 minutes for the amphipods to fully return to baseline behavior, you'll begin test 2 with Silent Night. You watch the monitoring screens, tracking Tank 12's gradual return to completely normal patterns. Movement frequency has stabilized at 42 cycles per minute. Clustering behavior has returned to standard formation. Antennae activity is baseline. The brief elevation in activity from the Jingle Bells test has completely resolved. The amphipods are boring again, which is exactly what you need for a proper baseline before the next test. You sip your coffee and review the test protocol one more time, ensuring you haven't missed any important parameters to monitor. The scientific method requires careful attention to detail. You can't just play music and watch what happens. You need to measure everything, control for variables, document comprehensively. At 08:43 SST, you position yourself at the monitoring station, hands ready at the controls, eyes on the Tank 12 display. 2 minutes until Test 2 begins. The amphipods filter peacefully, completely unaware they're about to participate in what might become a published xenobiology research paper or a cautionary tale about researchers going space crazy during holiday shifts. You take a deep breath. Time to find out if this is real. At 8:45 SST exactly, after allowing 30 minutes for the amphipods to fully return to baseline behavior, you prepare for the second test. Meanwhile, any reasonable person would point out that you're spending Christmas Eve conducting unauthorized experiments with holiday music. You're too committed to the scientific method to care about reasonable objections. Tank 12 status is optimal. Temperature 15 degrees C, pH 7.4, dissolved oxygen 7.8 mmol, salinity 3.2%, current flow 5 sec. All environmental parameters stable and within specifications. The amphipods are displaying normal baseline behavior, swimming at their characteristic moderate pace of 42 cycles per minute, filtering methodically, showing no signs of elevated activity. You start the recording systems, documenting pre-test conditions with the same excessive detail as before. Video recording active, sensor data logging at 1-second intervals, behavioral tracking software monitoring, movement patterns. You note in your log, test 2, 0845 Ouros SST, preparing to test audio stimulus, silent night, string quartet arrangement, duration approximately 3:45, primarily lower frequencies than test 1, slower tempo. Baseline conditions confirmed, movement frequency 42 cycles, min, all tank parameters optimal, no environmental changes detected in lab or tank systems. At 0845 units ST, you start Silent Night, a string quartet arrangement, slow and gentle, with primarily lower frequencies than the piano Jingle Bells. The music fills the observation area with its peaceful, reverent melody. You watch intently, your attention focused entirely on Tank 12's monitoring displays. 1 minute passes, the amphipods continue their normal behaviour. Movement frequency holds steady at 42 cycles per minute. No change in activity levels, no variation in clustering patterns, no alteration in antennae movements. Maybe it was specific to Jingle Bells, perhaps something about that particular frequency combination or rhythmic pattern triggered the response. And other music won't produce the same effect. 2 minutes pass, still no change. You start to think maybe the first 2 observations were flukes, coincidences that happened to occur during music playback but weren't actually caused by it. Maybe you've been chasing a pattern that doesn't exist, seeing correlations that aren't real. Then at 8:47:23 SST, the amphipods begin to change their behaviour. But it's different this time. Instead of increasing their swimming speed and movement frequency like they did with Jingle Bells, they slow down. The cluster becomes less active. Their movements become more languid, more gentle, almost, if you can attribute such qualities to simple filter-feeding organisms, more relaxed. Movement frequency decreases from 42 to approximately 34 cycles per minute, about a 19% reduction. Their swimming strokes become slower, more deliberate. The clustering formation tightens slightly, as if they're drawing together for rest, rather than active filtering. Their antennae movements become slower, more measured, less rapidly searching. It's like they're calming down, responding to the slower, gentler nature of the music, with corresponding slower, gentler behaviour. You check the environmental sensors obsessively, your hands moving rapidly across the controls. Temperature, stable at 15 degrees C, no changes. pH, stable at 7.4. Dissolved oxygen, stable at 7.8, muy well. Salinity, stable at 3.2%. Current flow, unchanged at 5 cm/sec. Lighting, normal levels, no fluctuations. Nothing in their environment has changed to explain the behavioural shift. The only variable is the music. Slower tempo, lower frequencies, different emotional quality than Jingle Bells. The behaviour continues for the duration of Silent Night. The amphipods maintain their reduced activity level, their calmed movements, their tightened clustering. It's a sustained behavioural change. That correlates precisely with the audio stimulus duration. When the song ends at 08:48:47 SST, the amphipods gradually return to baseline activity over the next few minutes. By 08:51:30, they're back to their normal 42 cycles per minute. Standard clustering formation, typical filtering behaviour. You document everything with shaking hands. Your excitement growing despite your attempts to maintain scientific objectivity. Test 2. Silent Night String Arrangement. Response on set at 08:47:23 SST, approximately 2 minutes 23 seconds after audio start. Amphipod cluster shows decreased activity levels, approx. 19% reduction in movement frequency from 42 to 34 cycles min, in temporal correlation with slower, lower frequency audio stimulus. Response pattern opposite to Jingle Bells test. Slower music produces calmer behaviour. Clustering formation tightens. Swimming movements become more languid. Antennae activity reduces. Response persists for duration of audio, 3:47. Returns to baseline approximately 2:43 after audio cessation. No changes in tank environmental parameters detected during entire response period. Mechanism unknown, but pattern appears consistent. Response onset approximately 2 minutes after audio start. Behavioral change correlates with audio characteristics. Fast music, tsari, increased activity. Slow music, pori, decreased activity. This is real. This is reproducible. This is completely inexplicable. The amphipods aren't just responding to sound or vibration. They're responding differently to different types of music. Jingle Bells made them more active. Silent Night made them calmer. The response is nuanced, appropriate to the emotional quality and tempo of the compositions. This is impossible. Amphipods don't have the neurological complexity for emotional responses to music. They're simple filter feeders with basic nervous systems distributed throughout their segmented bodies. They shouldn't be able to distinguish between musical compositions, let alone respond with apparently appropriate behavioral changes to different tempos and emotional qualities. And yet, the data is clear. 2 different musical pieces, 2 different behavioral responses, both showing the characteristic 2-minute delay before onset, both correlating precisely with audio duration. You need more data. You need to keep testing. You create another research note. Hypothesis developing. Amphipods may be detecting some physical property that correlates with music, but is not direct auditory perception. Vibration seems unlikely, given tank isolation and low volume. Alternative hypothesis: electromagnetic field detection. Different electronic signals in playback equipment for different audio. Unknown sensory mechanism. Behavioral response suggests not just detection, but discrimination, ability to distinguish between different audio characteristics and respond appropriately. This exceeds known amphipod neurological capabilities. Recommend continued. Testing with additional stimuli. At 09 to 15 SST, after another 30-minute baseline recovery period, you'll conduct test 3 with Carol of the Bells. Faster, more complex, more energetic than either previous test. You need to see if the pattern holds. You need to determine if the response magnitude correlates with musical tempo and complexity. You need data. The coffee is cooling but still drinkable. You take a long sip, feeling the caffeine working through your system, keeping you alert despite the early hour and the surreal nature of what you're observing. Outside the observation ports, space continues its eternal darkness. Inside the lab, you might be documenting a genuine scientific discovery or descending into an elaborate delusion. Either way, you're committed now. The amphipods settle back to baseline, unaware they've just participated in demonstrating what might be novel sensory capabilities in xenobiological organisms. You watch the clock count down to 09:15, preparing for the next test. At 9:15 SST, after the 30-minute baseline recovery period, you prepare the third test. Meanwhile, somewhere in the universe, legitimate research is being conducted by serious scientists working on approved protocols. You're discovering that alien shrimp have musical preferences based on tempo and complexity. The amphipods have returned to baseline behavior perfectly. Movement frequency stable at 42 cycles per minute. Clustering formation standard, all behaviors unremarkable. All environmental parameters continue optimal. No changes in temperature, pH, oxygen, salinity, or current flow throughout all previous tests. You prepare your documentation. Test 3, 09 to 15 SST. Audio stimulus, Carol of the Bells, mixed ensemble arrangement, duration approximately 3:15, fast tempo with complex rhythmic patterns, primarily higher frequencies, energetic and percussive character. Baseline conditions confirmed stable. Hypothesis, based on test 1, upbeat music, increased activity, and test 2, slow music, decreased activity. Predict test 3, fast complex music, will produce elevated activity response, possibly stronger magnitude than test 1 due to increased tempo complexity. At 009:15:02 SST exactly, you start Carol of the Bells, a fast rhythmic arrangement with primarily higher frequencies, complex layered patterns, energetic and percussive. The music fills the observation area with its driving, insistent rhythm. You watch Tank 12 with the intensity of someone whose entire understanding of xenobiology is being challenged by Christmas music and alien shrimp. 1 minute, no change. The amphipods continue their baseline behavior, filtering steadily at 42 cycles per minute. 2 minutes, at approximately 09:17:8 SST, the amphipod's movement frequency begins to increase, but more dramatically than with Jingle Bells. Swimming speeds increase rapidly, reaching approximately 54 cycles per minute at 29%, increase above baseline, nearly double the response magnitude from test 1. Direction changes become rapid and frequent. The cluster's pattern becomes more chaotic, less organized, with individuals showing more independent movement rather than synchronized group behavior. Their movements are almost, if you can interpret arthropod behavior in human terms, frantic, excited, responding to the faster, more complex musical arrangement with correspondingly more intense activity. The response is faster and stronger than with either previous test. The amphipods are reacting more intensely to this faster, more complex musical arrangement. Their swimming patterns become almost erratic, with rapid accelerations and frequent directional changes. The normally tight cluster formation spreads out slightly, with individuals moving more independently. You document everything, your fingers flying across the data entry interface, noting the timing, the magnitude, the quality of the behavioral change. Test 3, Carol of the Bells arrangement, response onset at 09:17:008 SST, approximately 2 minutes 8 seconds after audio start, consistent with previous test timing. Amphipod cluster shows significant increase in activity levels. 29% increase in movement frequency from 42 to 54 cycles min, notably higher than test 1's 15% increase. Movement patterns more erratic, less synchronized than during test 1 response. Cluster formation less cohesive. Behavioral changes suggest response magnitude correlates with audio tempo, complexity. Faster, more complex music produces stronger, more energetic response. Response suggests discrimination capability beyond simple detection. When Carol of the Bells ends at 09:18:15 SST, the amphipods remain highly active for several more minutes before gradually returning to baseline. The recovery time is longer than with the previous tests. It takes almost 6 minutes for them to fully calm down and return to their normal 42 cycles per minute. By 09:24:30, they're back to baseline. But the extended recovery period is itself interesting data. The stronger stimulation produced longer-lasting effects, suggesting the response is dose-dependent. Stronger stimulus creates stronger and longer-lasting behavioral changes. Your documentation is becoming increasingly detailed and increasingly bewildered. Test 3 complete. Response magnitude significantly higher than Test 1, 29% versus 15% increase. Recovery period extended, approximately 6 minutes was 3 minutes for Test 1. Pattern strongly suggests correlation between audio characteristics and behavioral response. Fast, complex music. Strong, sustained response. Moderate music. Moderate response. Slow, simple music. Calming response. Mechanism still completely unknown, but pattern is highly consistent and reproducible. Amphipods demonstrating discrimination capability that exceeds documented neurological complexity for this species type. The pattern is undeniable now. 3 tests, 3 different musical pieces, 3 different but consistent responses. Jingle Bells, moderate tempo, moderate complexity, 15% activity increase, Silent Night, slow tempo, simple melody, 19% activity decrease. Carol of the Bells, fast tempo, high complexity, 29% activity increase. The response timing is consistent across all tests, approximately 2 minutes after audio onset, regardless of the specific music. The response duration correlates with audio duration. The response magnitude and type correlate with audio characteristics. This isn't coincidence. This isn't random behavioral variation. This is a real, reproducible, consistent pattern of sensory response to audio stimuli. The amphipods are detecting something about the music, not necessarily hearing it in the way humans hear, but detecting some physical property that correlates with musical characteristics and responding behaviorally to that detection. You need one more test to eliminate a potential confound. You need to verify this isn't specific to holiday music. You need a control that's similar in style but different in content. At 0945 SST, you're approaching your fourth and final planned test. Meanwhile, you're aware that you've spent the last 2 hours conducting what might be either groundbreaking xenobiology research or an elaborate demonstration of Christmas-induced isolation madness. This final test is critical. You need to determine if the response is specific to holiday music, which would suggest some bizarre coincidence or unknown variable, or if the amphipods respond to any music of similar musical structure, which would support the hypothesis that they're detecting physical properties that correlate with musical characteristics generally. The amphipods have returned to baseline following their extended recovery from Test 3. Movement frequency, 42 cycles per minute. Clustering, standard formation. All behaviors, unremarkable. All environmental parameters, optimal and unchanged. You prepare your documentation with particular care, knowing this test will either strengthen your findings or reveal a fatal flaw in your hypothesis. Test 4, 0945, Zaru, SST. Audio stimulus, Mozart piano, sonata, K. 333, first movement, duration approximately 420, moderate tempo with cheerful character, similar musical structure to Jingle Bells, but non-holiday composition. Purpose, control test to determine if response is specific to holiday music or general to music with similar characteristics. Hypothesis, if response is to musical properties rather than holiday-specific content, Mozart should produce moderate activity increase, similar to Test 1, Jingle Bells. If response is holiday-specific, Mozart should produce no response or significantly different response pattern. At 0945 Satori SST, you start the Mozart Piano Sonata, K333, in B-flat major, first movement. It's a bright, cheerful piece with similar rhythmic patterns and frequency range to the Jingle Bells arrangement, but completely different in content and cultural association. If the amphipods are truly responding to the music's physical properties rather than something specific to holiday compositions, they should show similar response to Mozart as they did to Jingle Bells. You watch intently, wondering if this test will validate your hypothesis or reveal that everything you've observed has been coincidence or observer bias. 1 minute passes, no change. The amphipods continue baseline behavior. 2 minutes pass. At approximately 09:47:04 SST, right on schedule, with the consistent 2-minute delay you've observed in all previous tests, the amphipods' activity begins to increase. Swimming speed increases to approximately 47 cycles per minute, a 12% increase above baseline. Movement patterns become more energetic. The cluster maintains its cohesion, but with more dynamic internal movement. Direction changes increase in frequency. Antennae activity elevates. The response is real. The response is present. But interestingly, the magnitude is slightly weaker than with Jingle Bells. 12% versus 15%. Not dramatically different, but measurably less strong. You document obsessively. Test 4, Mozart Piano Sonata, K333. Response onset at 09:47:04 SST, approximately 2 minutes 4 seconds after audio start, perfectly consistent with all previous test timing. Amphipod cluster shows moderate increase in activity levels, 12% increase in movement frequency from 42 to 47 cycles to Maya height. Response pattern consistent with previous tests. Confirming responses to music generally, rather than specifically to holiday compositions. Magnitude slightly lower than test 1, 12% versus 15%, suggesting possible variation based on specific musical characteristics beyond general tempo complexity categories. Response duration follows audio duration, return to baseline gradual. The behaviour continues for the duration of the Mozart piece. The amphipods maintain their elevated but not frantic activity level, swimming with more energy than baseline but less than during Carol of the Bells, more than during Silent Night but slightly less than during Jingle Bells. When the Mozart piece ends at 9:49:20 SST, the amphipods gradually return to baseline over the next 3 to 4 minutes, similar to the recovery pattern from test 1. By 09:53 Hags, they're back to their normal 42 cycles per minute. You sit back and review all 4 tests, compiling the comprehensive data. Test 1, Jingle Bells, moderate tempo, piano, response onset. Tor 2 min after audio start, magnitude, 115% activity, 48 cycles, min, recovery time, you're 3 minutes. Test 2, Silent Night, slow tempo, strings, response onset, 2 min 23 sec after audio start, magnitude, 19% activity, 34 cycles, min, recovery time, 2 min 43 sec. Test 3, Carol of the Bells, fast tempo, complex. Response onset, pointing 2 min 8 sec after audio start, magnitude, plus 29% activity, 54 cycles, min, recovery time, chart 6 minutes. Test 4, Mozart K, 333, moderate tempo, piano, non-holiday, response onset, 2 min 4 sec after audio start, magnitude, 12% activity, 47 cycles, min, recovery time, took 3 takes to 4 minutes. The pattern is clear, reproducible, and scientifically documented. 1. The amphipods respond to music with behavioural changes. 2. The response timing is remarkably consistent, 2 minutes after onset. 3. The tempo and emotional quality of the music correlates with the type and magnitude of behavioural change. Fast, complex music produces elevated activity. 5. Slow, gentle music produces calmed activity. 6. The response is to music generally, not specifically to holiday compositions. 7. Recovery time appears to correlate with the response magnitude. You have no idea why or how this is happening. The mechanism is completely unknown. But the observation is solid, the reproducibility is excellent, and you have comprehensive documentation of a genuine behavioural phenomenon. It's time to report this to Dr. Sterling. At 10:15 SST, you compose a message to Dr. Elena Sterling, the senior xenobiologist who oversees Lab Section C's research programs. Meanwhile, you're aware that this message will either establish you as an observant researcher who discovered something genuine, or mark you as the person who went stir-crazy and started playing Christmas music to aliens while claiming they responded. You write carefully, keeping your tone professional and factual, focusing on the observations rather than speculation about mechanisms. 2. Dr. Elena Sterling, Senior Xenobiologist. From Dr. K. Morrison, Research Tech RE, Tank 12 Behavioral Anomaly, Urgent Observational Data Requiring Review. Date, December 24th, 2183, 10:15, SST Dr. Sterling. During night shift monitoring, I observed unusual and reproducible behavioral responses from the amphipod specimens in Tank 12, LV242 tidal amphipods, collected June 2183, population N23. The observations were unexpected but consistent across multiple controlled tests. Summary. The amphipod cluster exhibits measurable and reproducible behavioral changes in temporal correlation with audio stimuli, music, played in the observation area at low volume, Response patterns are highly consistent and appear to correlate with tempo, complexity of musical compositions. Methodology. Following initial observation during routine monitoring, I conducted 4 controlled tests with comprehensive documentation. Test 1. Jingle Bells piano arrangement, 15% increase in movement frequency. Test 2. Silent Night, string arrangement, 19% decrease in movement frequency. Test 3. Carol of the Bells mixed ensemble, 29% increase in movement frequency. Test 4. Mozart piano, sonata, control, 12% increase in movement frequency. Key findings. Response onset consistently occurs 2 minutes after. Audio begins, range 2 Hz up 2.23 across all tests. Response magnitude correlates with audio tempo shoot complexity. Fast assuring strong increase, slow assuring decrease, moderate use moderate increase. Response duration correlates with audio duration. Recovery to baseline gradual. Time proportional to response magnitude. Responses to music generally, not specific to holiday compositions, Mozart control confirmed. No changes in tank environmental parameters detected during any test. Temperature, pH, dissolved oxygen, salinity, current flow all stable. Pattern reproducible across 4 independent tests. Documentation. Available. Complete video recordings of all tests, behavioral tracking data at 1-second resolution, environmental sensor logs showing parameter stability, detailed observational notes with precise timing, statistical analysis of movement frequency changes. Mechanism unknown. Tank 12 is sealed and vibrationally isolated. Audio was played at low volume from tablet speakers. No obvious mechanism for audio transmission to aquatic specimens. Possible explanations include vibration transmission, despite isolation, though seems unlikely given low volume, electromagnetic field detection. Audio equipment generates EM fields during operation. Unknown sensory modality not yet documented for this species. Other unknown mechanism. Concerns, acknowledgements. I acknowledge these observations were made during informal monitoring with unauthorized audio files, personal music collection, and may represent protocol violations regarding experimental controls. However, the pattern is highly reproducible and suggests significant findings regarding amphipod sensory capabilities that warrant systematic investigation. Request. I have complete documentation ready for your review. I am available to discuss findings, demonstrate response reproducibility, and participate in systematic investigation if you deem appropriate. Request guidance on how to proceed with this observation. The data is solid. The pattern is real. I recognize this sounds implausible, but the evidence is comprehensive and the correlation is undeniable. Respectfully, Dr. K. Morrison. Research Technician, Lab Section C. You review the message 3 times, checking for any hint of excessive enthusiasm or defensive justification. It's factual, professional, acknowledges the protocol issues while emphasizing the scientific validity of the observations. You're presenting data, not making wild claims. You're requesting review, not demanding acceptance. You send the message and immediately feel a combination of relief and anxiety. Either you've reported legitimate research findings that will advance xenobiology knowledge, or you've just made yourself look ridiculous to your supervisor on Christmas Eve by claiming alien shrimp. Appreciate Mozart. The response comes faster than expected. Dr. Sterling is apparently awake and monitoring communications despite the holiday. The message notification appears on your screen at 10:22 SST, just 7 minutes after you sent your report. From Dr. Elena Sterling, Senior Xenobiologist, to Dr. K. Morrison, Research Tech RE. Tank 12 Behavioral Anomaly. Morrison, I've reviewed your summary. Either you've made an extraordinary observation or you've completely lost your mind to isolation. Given your track record and the detail in your documentation, I'm inclined toward the former, though I reserve judgment until I've examined your methodology and data personally. The pattern you describe is highly unusual. Amphipods shouldn't respond to airborne sound through sealed tanks. They don't have neurological architecture for discriminating musical characteristics. The consistent timing and reproducibility across 4 independent tests is compelling, but the mechanism is inexplicable. Possible explanations in order of likelihood. 1. Vibration transmission, though your isolation specs should prevent this. 2. Electromagnetic field detection. Some aquatic species have electroreceptors. 3. Observer-introduced variable you're not aware of. 4. Elaborate coincidence, unlikely given 4 reproductions. 5. Unknown xenobiological sensory capability. I'll be in Lab Section C at 1200 hours to review your documentation and observe the phenomenon directly. Have everything ready for demonstration. Do not conduct any additional tests until I've examined your methodology. If this is real, we need to proceed with proper experimental controls from this point forward. Also, unauthorized holiday music files? Really? We'll discuss that separately. Though if you've discovered novel sensory capabilities because you were playing Christmas carols to specimens, I suppose the protocol violation might be forgiven in light of the research outcome. Be prepared to defend your observations and methodology. Sterling. You allow yourself a small smile. Dr. Sterling is taking you seriously. She's skeptical, as she should be, but she's willing to review your work rather than dismissing it out of hand. She's treating this as potentially legitimate research rather than immediately assuming you've gone space crazy. The be prepared to defend your observations line is both encouraging and intimidating. Sterling has a reputation for rigorous methodology and harsh critique of sloppy research. If she accepts your findings, it means they're solid. If she finds flaws, you'll know exactly what those flaws are. You spend the next hour organizing your documentation with obsessive attention to detail. You create a comprehensive data package, including video evidence, complete recordings of all 4 tests, edited highlight clips showing clear behavioral responses, side-by-side comparisons of baseline versus response behavior, time-synced audio-video showing precise correlation, quantitative data, movement frequency graphs for all tests, statistical analysis showing response, magnitude significance, timing correlation data, environmental parameter, logs proving stability. Methodology. Documentation. Detailed protocol descriptions, audio stimulus specifications, frequency analysis, duration, volume levels, tank specifications and isolation characteristics, observer positioning and potential bias sources. Summary analysis, response pattern summary, hypothesis development, mechanism possibilities, recommended follow-up investigations. By 11:50 SST, you have everything organized into a clear, professional presentation. Your documentation is impeccable, your data is comprehensive, and your findings are either going to revolutionize amphipod sensory research or become a cautionary tale about holiday isolation. You brew fresh coffee, your 5th cup of the shift, definitely exceeding recommended intake, but entirely justified given the circumstances, and wait for 1200 hours. Dr. Sterling will arrive in 10 minutes to determine whether you've made a legitimate scientific discovery or need to be relieved of duty for psychological evaluation. You watch Tank 12, where the amphipods filter peacefully, completely unaware they're about to become the centre of senior researcher attention. Dr. Elena Sterling arrives at Lab Section C at exactly 12 SST, looking awake and alert despite it being Christmas Eve, and despite having been presumably off duty when you sent your report. She's in her early 50s with short grey hair pulled back in a practical style, wearing a clean lab jumpsuit with the senior researcher insignia on the collar. She has the focused intensity of someone who spent 30 years in xenobiology research and has seen enough genuine discoveries to know how to distinguish them from observer delusions. Meanwhile, you're a relatively junior researcher about to defend conducting experiments with Christmas music, so your confidence is somewhat less assured than hers. Morrison, she greets you, her tone professionally neutral, settling into the observation station beside yours. Show me what you've got. You pull up the first video recording, Jingle Bells, test number 1, the initial observation that started everything. The video begins with the amphipods at baseline, swimming normally, filtering methodically. This was at 0547 SST, during routine monitoring, you narrate, as the video plays. I was playing background music quietly. You pause, acknowledging the protocol violation. There were unauthorized music files on the lab server. I was listening to them during night shift. The amphipod's activity increased noticeably during the first song. Initially, I thought it was coincidence. Dr. Sterling watches intently, her expression neutral, absorbing the information without judgment. Show me the behavioral data overlay. You bring up the movement frequency graph, showing the clear spike in activity that correlates with the music timeline. Her eyes narrow slightly as she studies the pattern, examining the baseline, the response onset, the magnitude, the return to baseline. Environmental parameters during this period, she asks, her tone sharp, stable across all measurements. You bring up the environmental logs, showing flat lines for temperature, pH, dissolved oxygen, salinity, and current flow. No feeding cycle active, no physical disturbance to the tank, no ship systems anomalies. Nothing changed in their environment that would account for increased activity. And you tested reproducibility? Yes. Test 2 conducted at 08 SST, approximately 2 hours later. You play the second Jingle Bells video, showing the amphipod's response, nearly identical to the first observation. Same activity increase, same timing, same gradual return to baseline. Dr. Sterling leans forward, her interest clearly engaged now. Her professional neutrality is giving way to genuine scientific curiosity. What's the timeline on response onset? Approximately 1 to 2 minutes after audio begins. Very consistent across all tests. I have 4 independent observations now, and the onset timing ranges from 2:00 to 2:23, with most around the 2 height mark. Show me the other tests. You walk her through Silent Night, showing the calming response, decreased activity, slower movements, tightened clustering. Then Carol of the Bells, with its more intense activation, frantic swimming, elevated activity, extended recovery. Finally, the Mozart control, demonstrating the response isn't specific to holiday music. Dr. Sterling watches all 4 tests twice, studying the behavioral data carefully, comparing response magnitudes, examining the timing patterns with the attention to detail that made her a senior researcher. She asks detailed questions about volume levels, speaker placement, your observation methodology, the amphipod's baseline behaviors before you started playing music. She pulls up the environmental sensor data herself, verifying your claim that nothing changed in the tank conditions during the responses. She examines the movement frequency graphs, checking the statistical significance of the activity changes. She reviews the video footage frame by frame in several sections, watching individual amphipod movements. After 40 minutes of intense review, she sits back and exhales slowly. Morrison, this is either the most interesting thing that's happened in this lab in 2 years, or we're both suffering from some kind of shared isolation-induced delusion. I'm hoping for the former, Doctor. The pattern is clear. The correlation is strong. The reproducibility is excellent. 4 independent tests with consistent results is compelling evidence. She pulls up the environmental sensor data again, spending extra time examining the stability. And your documentation of environmental parameters is thorough. Nothing changed in the tank that would account for these behavioral shifts. She turns to look. At tank 12, where the amphipods are swimming peacefully, completely unaware they've just become the most interesting specimens in the lab. But the mechanism makes no sense. These amphipods shouldn't be able to hear airborne sound through a sealed tank with structural isolation. They don't have the neurological complexity for differential responses to musical tempo and emotional quality. They're filter feeders with decentralized ganglionic nervous systems. They shouldn't be capable of the kind of sensory discrimination you're documenting. I know, you admit, the data is what it is, but I can't explain why it's happening. The data is what it is, she repeats, nodding, and the data says something is happening that we don't understand, which is exactly when research gets interesting. She stands, starting to pace, a habit you've noticed in senior researchers when they're thinking through complex problems. We need to test this systematically. Proper experimental controls, multiple observers to eliminate observer bias, different frequency ranges and volumes, various musical styles across broader categories. We need to understand the mechanism. Is it vibration transmission despite the isolation? Electromagnetic field detection? Some unknown sensory modality? She stops pacing and turns to face you directly. You believe this is real? I believe I've documented a reproducible correlation, you answer carefully. Whether that correlation represents genuine sensory response or some artifact of my observation methodology, that's what we need to determine. But yes, Doctor, I think this might be real. The pattern is too consistent, the timing too precise, the magnitude too correlated with audio characteristics to be pure coincidence across 4 independent tests. Dr. Sterling considers for a moment, then nods decisively. If this is real, if these amphipods are detecting and responding to audio stimuli in some way we don't understand, it has significant implications. For sensory evolution, for our understanding of xenobiological neurological capabilities, for communication possibilities with other species we haven't considered. Or it could be vibration transmission, and we're over-interpreting their response, you suggest, playing devil's advocate. Possibly, probably even, she acknowledges, but we investigate the possibilities that might be extraordinary, not just the ones that fit our current models. That's how science advances, by taking unexpected observations seriously rather than dismissing them because they don't match our expectations. She moves back to the monitoring station, pulling up your data package and beginning to review it in detail. Good work, Morrison. Unauthorized methodology aside, you paid attention to an anomaly and investigated it properly with systematic testing and comprehensive documentation. That's exactly what research is supposed to be, noticing the unexpected and following where the evidence leads. You feel a surge of relief and validation. Sterling believes this might be real. She's treating it as legitimate research worth investigating rather than dismissing it as holiday-induced delusion. So we continue testing, you ask? We continue testing, but we do it right. She starts making notes on her tablet, already planning the next phase of investigation. I'll draft a proper experimental protocol. We'll need to get approval from Dr. Reeves, since this falls outside our approved research parameters. We'll need proper frequency analysis equipment from engineering. We'll need to test vibration transmission directly with accelerometers. We absolutely need to determine if this is specific to this amphipod cluster or if other specimens show similar responses. We have other aquatic species, other arthropod variants. We have arthropod specimens in tanks 3-6, you note. Similar evolutionary origins, different species, and tank 7 has those other filter feeders from Delta Pavonis. Good. We test those too, systematically. Dr. Sterling's making comprehensive notes now, building a proper research framework. I'll coordinate with the day shift team. We'll need multiple researchers observing to ensure we're not seeing what we want to see, rather than what's actually occurring. We'll need proper acoustic analysis of the music, frequency spectrum analysis, temporal pattern analysis, harmonic content. She pauses, looking at you with slight amusement. And Morrison, the unauthorized holiday music files? You brace for the reprimand. They were environmental enrichment for the researcher? Delete them after we're done testing. Officially. Her expression softens almost imperceptibly. Unofficially, good job maintaining your mental health during isolation. Holiday music beats going space crazy. And if you've discovered novel sensory capabilities because you couldn't face Christmas alone in complete silence, I think we can overlook the protocol violation. She gathers her tablet and heads toward the door, then stops and turns back. Merry Christmas, Morrison. You've just given xenobiology research an interesting present. A genuine mystery to solve, a pattern that doesn't fit our models, an observation that challenges our assumptions. That's what makes this work worthwhile. After she leaves, you sit in the observation area for a long moment, looking at Tank 12 with newfound appreciation. The amphipods filter peacefully, having no idea they've just become research celebrities, having no idea they've just challenged human understanding of xenobiological sensory capabilities. You discovered something real, something reproducible, something that might actually matter to scientific understanding of life in the universe. On Christmas Eve, 17 light years from home, monitoring alien creatures in complete isolation, you made a scientific observation that could contribute to human knowledge about how organisms detect and respond to their environments. That's actually a pretty good Christmas gift. You finish your coffee, your 6th cup, definitely excessive but entirely justified, and prepare for the afternoon shift transition. Your scheduled shift ends at noon, but you have a feeling you'll be asked to stay for the planning session Sterling is organising. And you're fine with that. Sleep can wait. This is what you became a xenobiology researcher for. The possibility of discovering something new, something unexpected, something that advances human understanding, even in small ways. The amphipods swim peacefully. The monitoring screens show their usual green indicators. And somewhere in the research databases, your observational data is waiting to become part of published scientific literature. At 13:00 SST, you're supposed to be in your quarters sleeping after an 8-hour shift, but Dr. Sterling has asked you to stay for afternoon planning sessions. Meanwhile, Dr. Janet Kowalski from day shift is covering the routine monitoring tasks while you and the senior researchers discuss experimental protocols. Your carefully maintained sleep schedule is being sacrificed to science and amphipod research. The lab's small conference area, really just a corner of the observation space with a table and several chairs, has become the centre of intense scientific discussion. Dr. Sterling has assembled a small team. Herself, Dr. Thomas Reeves, senior researcher and head of the Mendel's entire xenobiology program, Dr. Sarah Brooks, who you relieved at shift start and who is missing her sleep period to participate, and you. The atmosphere is part excited curiosity, part professional skepticism, the characteristic mindset of researchers confronting unexpected data that challenges their understanding. Dr. Reeves, a methodical man in his 60s with extensive xenobiology credentials and a reputation for rigorous experimental design, reviews your documentation on his tablet with the careful attention of someone looking for methodological flaws. He's the kind of researcher who has seen dozens of initially exciting observations turn out to be artifacts of poor methodology or observer bias, and he's not going to accept extraordinary claims without extraordinary evidence. The correlation is striking, he admits after 20 minutes of silent review. The reproducibility is impressive. 4 independent tests with consistent patterns. The documentation is thorough. He looks up from the tablet, his expression serious. But there are several possibilities we need to eliminate before we conclude these creatures are actually detecting and responding to music. Such as, Dr. Sterling prompts, though she clearly already has her own list. vibration transmission through the tank mounting and structure, electromagnetic interference from the audio equipment affecting either the specimens directly or the monitoring equipment. Observer-introduced variables, Morrison's movements, attention patterns, unconscious behavioral cues, statistical artifacts, the possibility that we're seeing pattern in random noise, confirmation bias, the tendency to notice and remember hits while forgetting misses. He looks at you directly, his gaze sharp but not unkind. No offence, Dr. Morrison. These are standard concerns for any unexpected observation, especially one this anomalous. None taken, sir, you respond immediately. I want to know if this is real as much as you do. If there are flaws in my methodology, I need to know what they are. Dr. Brooks has been reviewing the video recordings on her own tablet, watching the behavioural changes with the attention of someone who monitors these specimens regularly. The behavioural changes are subtle but clear, she notes. Increased swimming frequency, altered movement patterns, changes in antenna activity. If this is real sensory response, it's remarkably nuanced. Different responses to different musical tempos, appropriate behavioural changes that correlate with audio characteristics, which suggests cognitive processing beyond what we'd expect from amphipod neurological architecture, Dr. Reeves points out. Their nervous systems are decentralised, primarily ganglionic. They don't have centralised brains like vertebrates, just distributed nerve clusters. They shouldn't have the cognitive capacity for differential response to complex auditory patterns, distinguishing fast versus slow music, complex versus simple arrangements. Unless they're not processing it as music in any cognitive sense, Dr. Sterling suggests. Maybe they're detecting something else. Rhythmic vibration patterns, frequency modulations, electromagnetic field variations, something that correlates with music but isn't actually music perception as we understand it, something that triggers behavioural responses through simple sensory motor pathways without requiring complex cognitive processing. That would be more consistent with their neurological capabilities, Dr. Reeves agrees. Simple detection triggering automatic behavioural responses rather than perception and cognition. Dr. Brooks leans forward, animated by the discussion. But even simple detection of airborne sound through sealed tanks would be remarkable. That's not supposed to be possible with the isolation specifications Tank 12 has. Which brings us back to mechanism, Dr. Reeves says. We need to test specific variables systematically. He starts outlining requirements, his methodical nature asserting itself. First priority, vibration transmission. We need to measure exactly what physical vibrations, if any, are reaching the tank during audio playback. Not assumptions based on specifications, actual measurements, with proper instrumentation. Dr. Brooks makes notes. I can handle the vibration analysis. We have accelerometers in the equipment stores. We'll mount sensors on the tank structure, on the mounting brackets, on the floor around the tank. We'll measure vibration amplitude at different frequencies during audio playback and correlate it with behavioural responses. Second priority, frequency response mapping, Dr. Sterling adds. We need to test pure tones at different frequencies to map their response spectrum. Determine if they respond to specific frequencies, frequency ranges, or patterns of frequency changes. Use controlled sine wave generators rather than complex music. Third priority, complexity analysis, Dr. Reeves continues. We test if they respond to rhythm alone versus melody versus harmony versus full musical complexity. We need to isolate which component of music, if any, is triggering the response. Simple rhythmic pulses, pure tone melodies, harmonic structures, test them independently. Fourth priority, reproducibility across specimens, Dr. Sterling says. We test if other amphipod clusters show similar responses. We have preserved specimens from the same LV-242 collection expedition. If this is species-wide, other individuals should respond similarly. We also test related species, the filter feeders in Tank 7, the arthropods in tanks 3 to 6, determine if this is unique to this species or more broadly distributed across xenobiological taxa. Dr. Reeves makes comprehensive notes. I'll design the frequency response protocol. We'll need proper signal generators, calibrated speakers, frequency analysis equipment. We'll test pure sine waves from 20 Hz to 20 kHz in octave steps, multiple volume levels, controlled duration. I'll coordinate observer protocols, Dr. Sterling adds. Multiple researchers observing each test, some watching the video feeds without knowing what audio is playing. Blind observation to eliminate expectation bias. Proper statistical analysis of response magnitudes to determine significance levels. I'll handle the vibration analysis, Dr. Brooks confirms. We'll have complete mechanical measurements within 24 hours. They're building a proper experimental framework, transforming your informal Christmas Eve observations into legitimate, systematic research. It's simultaneously exciting and intimidating. Your discovery is being taken seriously, but it's also being subjected to the rigorous scrutiny that separates real science from wishful thinking. Morrison, Dr. Sterling addresses you directly. You're the primary observer. You know these specimens' normal behaviours better than anyone. You've been monitoring them for 6 months. I want you involved in all testing phases, but we'll also have other researchers observe independently to eliminate observer bias. You'll document what you see. Others will document what they see. We'll compare notes. Understood, Doctor. And Morrison, Dr. Reeves adds, if this turns out to be real, if these amphipods genuinely possess some unexpected sensory capability that we can definitively document and characterize, you'll be primary author on whatever papers we publish. You made the initial observation. You conducted the preliminary investigation. You documented it properly. Credit goes where it's due in research. The possibility of being primary author on a xenobiology research paper hadn't even occurred to you. You're a research tech, not a senior scientist. You monitor tanks and maintain equipment and document observations. You're not supposed to make discoveries that lead to publications, but apparently that's exactly what might be happening. Thank you, sir. Thank you. The planning session continues for another 90 minutes, working through experimental protocols in exhaustive detail, equipment requirements, schedule coordination, data analysis procedures, blind observation methods, statistical analysis plans, publication strategies if results prove significant. By 14:30 SST, you have a comprehensive research plan that will begin in earnest tomorrow, Christmas Day, because xenobiology research doesn't respect human holidays when there's genuine discovery to investigate. As the meeting breaks up, Dr. Brooks approaches you with a tired smile. She looks exhausted. She's now been awake for 10 hours past her normal sleep time, and she wasn't planning to spend her post-shift hours in planning meetings. Good work, Morrison, she says quietly. You just made night shift monitoring a lot more interesting. Most of us spend months staring at specimens that do absolutely nothing unexpected. You found something weird, and you investigated it properly. That's what we're all here for, but most of us don't actually achieve it. I just played some unauthorized music and paid attention, you deflect. That's exactly what research is, paying attention to the unexpected instead of dismissing it as noise. She gathers her things, preparing to finally get some sleep. You know what the best part of this is? If it turns out to be real, you discovered it because you were lonely on Christmas Eve and wanted some holiday atmosphere. The entire xenobiology community is going to love that story. Major sensory capability discovery made because a researcher couldn't face complete isolation during the holidays. You hadn't thought about how the story would sound to the broader community. A significant scientific discovery made because you violated protocols by playing Christmas music during night shift on a research vessel 17 light years from Earth. It's absurd, it's perfect, it's exactly the kind of serendipitous observation that often leads to scientific advancement. Get some sleep, Brooks. We've got a lot of work ahead. You too, Morrison. You've been awake for What, 11 hours now? You need rest before we start systematic testing tomorrow. She's right. You're running on caffeine and excitement, but your body is starting to insist that sleep is necessary. The adrenaline from the discovery and the planning session has been masking the fatigue, but it's catching up now. Dr. Reeves and Dr. Sterling are deep in discussion about experimental protocols, planning equipment requisitions, debating statistical approaches. They'll be at this for hours more, but they don't need you for the detailed planning work. Morrison, Dr. Sterling looks up from her discussion. Get some rest. Your next shift starts at 20 Cryo. That's 6 hours from now. We'll need you alert for the systematic testing we're planning. Go sleep. Yes, Doctor? You gather your personal items, your tablet with its unauthorized music files, your coffee mug, your observation notes. You take one last look at Tank 12, where the amphipods are swimming peacefully, completely unaware of the research attention they've generated. Tomorrow, the systematic investigation begins. Proper experimental protocols, multiple observers, comprehensive instrumentation. The transformation of your Christmas Eve observations into legitimate scientific research. But for now, you need sleep. At 14:45 SST, you finally head back to your quarters, having been awake for over 10 hours past your normal bedtime. Meanwhile, your body is insisting it's well past time to sleep, while your mind is still racing with thoughts about amphipods and music and scientific protocols. The corridor from Lab Section C to the crew quarters feels longer than usual, probably because you're exhausted. Your footsteps echo in the quiet passage. Most of the day shift crew is at work. Night shift crew is sleeping, and you're caught between schedules, neither fully on nor fully off duty. You pass the galley again, where someone has added more paper decorations despite regulations. The paper snowflakes from earlier have been joined by a garland made from twisted lab report paper, probably the day shift crew getting into the holiday spirit. The decorations are cheerful, human, a small rebellion against the sterile professional environment of a research vessel. The intersection at Junction 7 offers another glimpse through the observation port. This time you stop and look out at the darkness, thinking about how far you are from Earth, from home, from traditional Christmas celebrations, 17 light years, an incomprehensible distance. You're celebrating Christmas months, out of sync with Earth's calendar, observing holidays that happened in real time before you're marking them. And yet you just made a potentially significant scientific observation during that disconnected celebration. You found meaning in isolation, discovered something unexpected in routine work, contributed something valuable during what should have been boring night shift. Emma, the agricultural tech you've encountered during previous shift transitions, is in the corridor heading toward the galley. She stops when she sees you. Morrison, I heard there was excitement in the xenobiology lab. Something about specimens reacting to music. News travels fast on a research vessel with only 47 crew members. Word about your observations has apparently spread through the entire ship in the hours since you sent your report to Dr. Sterling. Where did you hear that? You ask, curious about the informal information network. Dr. Sterling contacted engineering about borrowing vibration analysis equipment and frequency generators. Engineering gossip network is extremely efficient. Marcus told Kenji. Kenji told Patricia. Patricia told me during lunch break. So, she grins with genuine excitement. Is it true? You've discovered musical aliens? I've observed reproducible behavioral correlations that require further investigation before conclusions can be drawn, you say, formally, then can't help but add, but yeah, the amphipods seem to react to Jingle Bells and other music. It's weird. That's amazing. Are they dancing? Please tell me alien shrimp are dancing to Christmas music. They're increasing their swimming frequency in correlation with musical tempo. It's more like alien shrimp are getting slightly more energetic when music plays. Less dancing, more fidgeting with statistically significant magnitude. Still counts. You're famous now. The researcher who discovered that aliens appreciate holiday music. She falls into step beside you, walking toward the crew quarters. Seriously though, that's really cool. Everyone's been talking about how boring the specimen monitoring assignments are. Just watching tanks for months, with nothing interesting happening. And you found something actually interesting. I got lucky, right observation at the right time with the right specimens. That's how discovery works, isn't it? Being in the right place, paying attention, asking the right questions when something unexpected happens. She pauses at her door. Get some sleep, Morrison. You look exhausted. And Merry Christmas. You gave everyone on this ship something interesting to talk about during the holiday. That's a gift for a small isolated crew. You continue to your quarters, palm the lock, enter your small private space. The room is exactly as you left it. Bunk neatly made, personal items secured, everything in regulation order. Your window port shows the same darkness as the corridor viewports. The endless black of deep space. You perform your standard post-shift routine. Remove work clothes, shower in the cramped but functional bathroom, change into sleep clothes. But your mind won't stop processing the day's events, replaying the observations, thinking about the planned experiments, wondering about mechanisms. You discovered something. Something real, something reproducible, something that might actually advance xenobiology research. The amphipods that were the most boring specimens in the lab for 6 months are now the most interesting. Your informal Christmas Eve observation has become a legitimate research investigation involving senior scientists and systematic protocols. And it all started because you played Jingle Bells on Christmas Eve, because you were lonely and wanted some holiday atmosphere during isolated night shift monitoring. There's something beautifully random about that. Scientific discovery often comes from unexpected places, paying attention to contamination that leads to penicillin discovery, noticing odd photographic plate exposures that leads to X-rays, wondering why spacecraft trajectories deviate slightly, and discovering gravitational assists, questioning why amphipods move differently when music was playing. You set your alarm for 1930 SST. You have another night shift starting at 20 HW, which means you need to sleep now despite your mind's reluctance to quiet down. The alarm gives you 4 hours and 45 minutes of sleep time. Not ideal, but adequate for sustained function. Tomorrow, or rather tonight, since your schedule is inverted, the systematic testing begins. Real experimental protocols, proper controls, multiple observers, comprehensive instrumentation, the transformation of informal observation into legitimate science. But for now, you can rest knowing that you've contributed something meaningful to human knowledge, even if that contribution currently sounds absurd. Alien shrimp from LV-242 appear to respond behaviourally to Christmas carols and classical music through unknown sensory mechanism. Sleep comes slowly despite your exhaustion. Your mind keeps replaying the amphipod's movements, the graphs showing behavioural correlations, Dr. Sterling's approval of your work, the planning session outlining systematic investigation. When you finally drift off, you dream of crystalline creatures swimming to distant music, of discoveries made in isolation, of finding meaning in the most unexpected places. The dreams are strange but not unpleasant. Amphipods swimming in formation to complex rhythms, monitoring screens displaying impossible correlations, music transforming into visible waves that organisms can navigate by. The boundaries between observation and phenomenon dissolving into pure pattern. You sleep deeply, your body finally getting the rest it demanded. And when the alarm wakes you 4.5 hours later, you feel substantially more human. Time to continue the work. Your alarm wakes you at 1930 SST, giving you 30 minutes to prepare before your 20th shift start. Meanwhile, the ship has continued its normal operations through the afternoon. Day shift has completed their work. Evening shift is beginning their rotations. And the amphipods have been swimming peacefully in Tank 12, completely unaware of the research attention they're about to receive. You dress in your clean lab jumpsuit, noting that it's now December 25th, according to the ship's calendar, Christmas Day. On Earth, wherever Earth is in its current temporal position, months ahead of your experience, people have probably finished celebrating Christmas and moved on to the post-holiday routine. For you, Christmas is still unfolding across multiple shifts. It's not a traditional Christmas by any measure, but it's meaningful in its own way. You're spending the holiday conducting systematic scientific research, investigating a genuine mystery, contributing to human understanding of xenobiological capabilities. When you enter Lab Section C at 20 Kuri, you find it's more crowded than usual for evening shift. Dr. Sterling is there, along with Dr. Brooks, who apparently returned after her sleep period, and a researcher you haven't worked with extensively before, Dr. James Park, who specialises in sensory analysis and instrumentation. Equipment has been set up around Tank 12, vibration sensors mounted on multiple points of the tank structure, frequency analyzers connected to speakers, additional cameras for multi-angle observation, data logging systems with enhanced temporal resolution. Morrison, Dr. Sterling greets you with a nod. Welcome to Christmas Day research. Dr. Park has prepared the vibration analysis equipment. We're starting with baseline measurements, documenting exactly what physical vibrations reach the tank during various audio stimuli. Dr. Park is a younger researcher, probably early 30s, with meticulous attention to detail and the focused intensity of someone who genuinely loves measurement and instrumentation. He shows you the sensor array he's mounted on Tank 12's support structure. Accelerometers at 6 points, he explains, pointing to the small sensor units attached to the tank mounting brackets, floor structure, and tank walls. We'll measure vibration amplitude at different frequencies throughout the entire audible range. If the amphipods are responding to vibration transmission through the structure, we'll see exactly what frequencies are getting through and at what intensity. And if there's no significant vibration transmission, you ask? Then we have a mystery, Dr. Park says cheerfully, apparently delighted by the prospect of unexplained phenomena, which is much more interesting than a solved problem. Unknown mechanisms are what make research exciting. The testing begins with Dr. Sterling coordinating the protocol. First test, baseline measurement. No audio stimulus. We document the ambient vibration levels in the tank environment, what the amphipods experience from ship systems, life support, normal operations. Morrison, you observe the amphipods' normal behaviour. Brooks, you monitor the behavioural tracking software. Park, you record vibration data across all frequency ranges. For 10 minutes, the team documents baseline conditions. The amphipods swim normally at their characteristic 42 cycles per minute. The vibration sensors show minimal ambient noise from ship systems, primarily low-frequency rumble from the engines and life support, well below levels that would affect specimen behaviour. The behavioural software tracks standard movement patterns. Everything is carefully documented with time-stamp precision and comprehensive data logging. Second test, pure tone, 440 Hz, low volume, Dr. Sterling announces. This is the musical note A, often used for tuning instruments, a simple sine wave with no harmonics or complexity. Dr. Park activates a function generator connected to calibrated speakers positioned at the same location where your tablet was during the informal tests. A pure tone fills the observation area at carefully controlled volume. You watch Tank 12 intently, monitoring for any behavioural changes. The amphipods continue their normal swimming patterns. No change in activity level, no variation in clustering, no alteration in movement frequency. Dr. Park checks his sensors after 2 minutes of exposure. Minimal vibration transmission. Tank isolation is working well. Less than 0.01 G acceleration at 440 Hz. That's 3 orders of magnitude below typical threshold for mechanoreception in aquatic arthropods. Third test, 440 Hz, increased volume, Dr. Sterling instructs. The tone gets louder, Still not uncomfortable for human hearing, but significantly elevated from the previous test. You watch the amphipods carefully. Still no response. Movement frequency remains at 42 cycles per minute. Clustering remains standard. Behaviors remain completely normal. Dr. Park's instruments show increased vibration transmission, now at 0.03 G, but still far below typical sensory thresholds. Even at this elevated volume, vibration levels are minimal. If they're responding to vibration, they'd need sensitivity far exceeding documented capabilities for similar organisms. Over the next hour, the team tests different frequencies: 220 Hz, 440 Hz, 880 Hz, 1760 Hz, at various volumes ranging from barely audible to moderately loud. The amphipods show no response to any pure tone, regardless of frequency or volume. The vibration sensors consistently show minimal transmission through the tank mounting system. Dr. Sterling consults her notes, comparing results to expectations. So simple tones don't produce response, and vibration transmission is negligible even at elevated volumes. The isolation system is performing as designed. Next test, complex tone. Let's try Jingle Bells again, but this time with full vibration monitoring and multiple observers. This is the critical test, reproducing your original observation under controlled conditions with proper instrumentation and multiple independent observers. At 2135 SST, the familiar piano arrangement of Jingle Bells begins playing at the same volume you used during your informal tests. You watch Tank 12, aware that Dr. Sterling is watching a separate monitor. Dr. Brooks is monitoring the behavioural software, and Dr. Park is focused on his vibration sensors. 1 minute passes, 2 minutes approach. At approximately 21:37:04 SST, the now familiar 2-minute mark that's been consistent across all your observations, the amphipod's activity increases. Swimming speed elevates, movement frequency rises from 42 to approximately 48 cycles per minute. Direction changes become more frequent. Antenna movements become more rapid. It's the characteristic response you've observed multiple times now, reproduced perfectly under systematic observation. Confirmed, Dr. Brooks reports from the behavioural tracking station. Approximately 14% increase in movement frequency, consistent with previous observations. Response onset at 21:37:04, almost exactly 2 minutes after audio start. Dr. Park is staring at his vibration sensors with a puzzled expression. This is strange. Vibration transmission is still minimal. We're seeing tiny oscillations, peak amplitude around 0.004 G at various frequencies, but nowhere near the magnitude you'd expect to produce behavioural response through pure mechanical stimulation alone. Could they be that sensitive to vibration? Dr. Sterling asks, though her tone suggests she already suspects the answer. Theoretically possible, but Dr. Park pulls up his data displays, showing the vibration measurements alongside response magnitude. The vibration levels we're detecting are orders of magnitude below typical sensory thresholds for aquatic arthropods. If they're responding to this level of mechanical stimulation, they have extraordinary mechanoreception sensitivity, far exceeding anything documented in Earth organisms or previously studied xenobiological species. You watch the amphipods carefully, noting the details of their response. They're definitely more active. The data is clear. The visual observation is obvious. Multiple independent observers are confirming the same pattern. The song ends at 21:40:32. The amphipods gradually return to baseline behaviour over the next 3 minutes, just as they've done in all previous observations. Dr. Sterling reviews the data from all observers, comparing notes. Consistent response observed by multiple independent researchers. Behavioural changes match previous documentation. Vibration transmission measured but insufficient to explain response magnitude through conventional mechanoreception. She looks at the team thoughtfully. Hypothesis? They're not detecting vibration in the conventional sense. They're detecting something else that correlates with music, but isn't direct vibration transmission. Electromagnetic fields, Dr. Park suggests. Audio equipment produces electromagnetic fields during operation. Different frequencies, different amplitudes, different patterns for different musical compositions. I can test that. Dr. Sterling nods decisively. Do it. We need to eliminate or confirm the EM hypothesis. If they're electroreceptive, that would explain the response without requiring implausible vibration sensitivity. Dr. Park looks excited by the prospect. I'll need to construct a Faraday cage around the tank to block EM fields. Then we can test whether the response disappears. I can also generate EM fields without audio to see if fields alone produce behavioral changes. How long to set up? Give me 90 minutes. I can fabricate a cage from conductive mesh we have in stores. Do it. We test the EM hypothesis tonight. Dr. Sterling turns to you and Dr. Brooks. Morrison, Brooks, maintain standard monitoring protocols on all other tanks while Park works. We can't neglect the other specimens just because Tank 12 is interesting. The next 90 minutes proceed with a mixture of routine monitoring and equipment preparation. You conduct your normal observation rounds, checking all 17 tanks, documenting specimen health and environmental parameters. Everything is normal except for the growing excitement about the systematic investigation unfolding around Tank 12. Dr. Park works with impressive efficiency, constructing a Faraday cage from conductive mesh material and grounding wires, creating an electromagnetic shield around Tank 12 that will block external EM fields from reaching the amphipods. By 23:00 SST, the cage is complete and tested. This setup will attenuate electromagnetic fields by at least 60 decibels across the frequency range we're concerned with, Park explains. If the amphipods are responding to EM field variations from the audio equipment, this should eliminate or dramatically reduce the response. The team positions itself for the next test. You're at the primary observation station. Dr. Brooks monitors the behavioral software. Dr. Park watches both vibration and EM field sensors, and Dr. Sterling coordinates. Test with Faraday cage in place. 30-minute baseline observation first. Verify the cage doesn't affect their normal behavior. For 30 minutes, the team documents that the amphipods show completely normal behavior inside their EM-shielded environment. The cage doesn't appear to affect them at all. They swim at baseline 42 cycles per minute. Cluster normally, filter normally. Baseline normal with shielding active. Now test Jingle Bells with cage in place. At 23:47 SST, the piano arrangement begins playing. You watch Tank 12 intently, noting the time, waiting for the characteristic 2-minute response on set. 1 minute passes, the amphipods continue swimming normally, showing no change in behavior. 2 minutes pass, still no activity change. Movement frequency remains at baseline 42 cycles per minute. 3 minutes pass, no response whatsoever. The song ends. The amphipods never change their behavior. No activity increase, no pattern alteration, nothing. Dr. Sterling and Dr. Park exchange significant glances. The EM shielding blocked the response, Sterling states. Park checks his field sensors carefully. Confirmed. With the Faraday cage in place, electromagnetic field levels inside the tank were negligible, reduced by 58 decibels from unshielded conditions. The amphipods showed no behavioral change during music playback. So they are detecting EM fields? Dr. Brooks asks, her excitement obvious. Let's test directly before concluding, Dr. Sterling cautions. Park, can you generate EM fields without audio stimulus? Yes. I have field generators that can create oscillating magnetic fields at various frequencies. Won't sound like music, but it'll produce EM field variations similar to what audio equipment creates. Do it. Let's see if EM fields alone produce behavioral response. Dr. Park removes the Faraday cage and positions electromagnetic field generators near Tank 12, small coils that can create controlled oscillating magnetic fields without producing audible sound. Starting with 10 Hz oscillation, low intensity, Park announces. He activates the field generators. The equipment is silent, no sound, no vibration, just invisible electromagnetic fields oscillating at 10 Hz. The team watches Tank 12 carefully. After approximately 2 minutes, that same characteristic delay, the amphipods begin to show slightly increased activity. Movement frequency increases by approximately 7% above baseline. Not as dramatic as the music response, but measurable and beyond normal variation. They're responding to the EM field, you report, keeping your voice level despite excitement. Increase frequency to 50 Hz, Dr. Sterling orders. The response strengthens. Movement frequency increases to approximately 12% above baseline. More obvious behavioral changes. 100 Hz, even stronger response, approximately 15% increase, matching the magnitude you observed with Jingle Bells. Dr. Park is recording comprehensive data on his instruments. This is remarkable. They're demonstrably electroreceptive. They detect electromagnetic field variations and respond behaviorally with magnitude proportional to field characteristics. Dr. Brooks is making rapid notes. But why? What evolutionary purpose does this serve? Their native environment on LV-242 doesn't have artificial EM field sources like audio equipment. Lightning, you suggest, remembering the ecological discussions from training. Electrical storms produce EM fields. Maybe they use electroreception to detect approaching storms and take shelter in tidal pools or underwater structures. Very possible, Dr. Sterling agrees. Many Earth aquatic species use electroreception for navigation and environmental monitoring. Sharks, rays, some fish species. The capability has clear evolutionary advantages in aquatic environments. But the sophistication here is unusual. Park is analysing his data carefully. The music produces complex, varying EM fields, different frequencies overlapping, amplitude modulations, rhythmic patterns as the audio waveforms drive speaker electromagnets and amplifier circuits. The amphipods might be responding to that complexity rather than simple field presence, which would explain differential responses to different music types, Dr. Brooks adds. Silent Night is slow and simple, produces simpler EM field patterns, results in calmer behavioral response. Carol of the Bells is fast and complex, produces complex EM fields, results in stronger excited response. The pieces are fitting together with satisfying precision. The amphipods possess electroreceptors that detect electromagnetic field variations. Musical playback generates complex EM fields as a byproduct of audio equipment operation. The amphipods detect these fields and respond behaviorally, with response characteristics correlating to field complexity and variation patterns. It's not that they're hearing music or appreciating Christmas carols. They're detecting the electromagnetic signature of musical complexity and responding with evolved behaviours that likely relate to environmental monitoring in their native habitat. Dr. Sterling is clearly pleased with the progress, though her expression remains professionally controlled. Morrison, you've discovered that these amphipods possess sophisticated electroreception capabilities. The musical response you initially observed is actually EM field detection. This is genuinely significant. It demonstrates electroreception in a xenobiological species where it wasn't previously documented, suggests the capability may be more common across xenobiology than we'd assumed, and provides methodology for detecting it in other species. But we still need to understand the ecology, Dr. Brooks points out. Why do they respond behaviourally rather than just detecting without response? What does the behavioural change accomplish in their natural environment? That's the next research question, Dr. Sterling agrees. Possibly they interpret EM field variations as storm indicators, or predator approach signals, or some other environmental cue with survival implications. The behavioral response might be preparatory, increasing activity to find shelter, decreasing activity to avoid detection, something adaptive that evolution selected for. We'll need more research on LV-242's environmental characteristics to understand the selective pressures. The testing continues through the night, systematically mapping the amphipod's sensitivity to different field strengths, frequencies, and patterns. By Aero2 SST, the team has strong evidence. 1. The amphipods possess electroreceptors capable of detecting EM field variations. 2. They respond behaviorally to field detection, with response magnitude correlating to field characteristics. 3. Musical playback generates EM fields that trigger these responses. 4. Different musical complexities produce different field patterns and different behavioral responses. 5. This is likely a species-wide characteristic with evolutionary basis in environmental monitoring. You've solved the mystery. The amphipods weren't responding to Christmas music specifically, they were detecting the electromagnetic fields generated by playing Christmas music through electronic audio equipment. It's not quite as magical as alien creatures who appreciate Jingle Bells, but it's actually more scientifically significant. You've documented electroreception in a xenobiological species, mapped their sensitivity characteristics, and identified a sensory capability that was previously unknown. At Aero3 SST, Dr. Sterling calls another team meeting to discuss documentation and next steps. Meanwhile, you're exhausted but exhilarated. You've been awake for 7 hours, working intensely through systematic testing, and the research momentum is too compelling to abandon for mere sleep. The small conference area becomes the center of discussion again, though this time the atmosphere is more confident, less maybe we're chasing a phantom, and more we've found something real and need to document it properly. We have sufficient data for a preliminary research report, Dr. Sterling begins, pulling up a document framework on the main display. Morrison as the initial observer, you'll be primary author. Dr. Park and I will be co-authors for the mechanism investigation. Brooks will contribute to the species ecology analysis section. Dr. Reeves will review and provide senior oversight before we submit for peer review. She displays a document outline that's already surprisingly comprehensive. Preliminary title: Electroreception in Tidal Amphipod Species, from LV-242, Behavioral Responses to Electromagnetic Field Variations and Implications for Xenobiological Sensory Capabilities. Abstract: we document sophisticated electroreception capabilities in amphipod specimens. Species designation: Amphipoda tidalis. LV-242, pending formal taxonomic classification, collected from tidal environments on LV-242. Subjects demonstrate measurable behavioral responses to electromagnetic field variations, with response magnitude correlating to field complexity and frequency characteristics. Initial observations occurred serendipitously during audio playback in monitoring area, with subsequent systematic investigation confirming electromagnetic detection as mechanism. Faraday cage isolation eliminated response, direct EM field generation reproduced response without audio stimulus. This represents novel documentation of electroreception in this species class and suggests broader prevalence of electromagnetic sensory capabilities in a xenobiological organisms than previously documented. Response characteristics suggest ecological function related to environmental monitoring, possibly storm detection, or predator avoidance in native tidal habitat. This will go to the Xenobiology Research Quarterly first, Dr. Sterling continues. Peer review typically takes 3 to 4 months. We'll need to provide comprehensive data package, all raw data files, video documentation, statistical analysis, methodology details. We'll also need to write discussion sections addressing ecological implications, evolutionary origins, comparative analysis with Earth. electroreceptive species. What are the broader implications, Boteru? You ask, wanting to understand the full significance. Dr. Reeves, joining via comlink despite the early hour, provides the senior researcher perspective. First, it demonstrates that electroreception is present in xenobiological species where it wasn't previously documented, specifically tidal amphipods from LV242. Second, it provides methodology for systematically detecting electroreceptive capabilities in other species. We can now test specimens using controlled EM field generation rather than hoping for serendipitous discovery. Third, it has practical applications for species management and communication. If we understand organisms' sensory capabilities, we can design better habitat maintenance, potentially develop communication methods, avoid unintended stimulation from equipment. Dr. Park adds his instrumentation perspective. Fourth, it reveals that standard research equipment, audio systems, computers, anything with electromagnets or current-carrying conductors can unintentionally produce stimuli that affect electroreceptive specimens. We need to consider EM field management in research facility design. Fifth, it suggests we should systematically screen specimens for electroreception rather than assuming it's absent. There's also ecological implications, Dr. Brooks notes. If these amphipods use electroreception in their native environment, understanding what they're detecting becomes important for conservation, habitat preservation, potential colonization planning. We should conduct detailed studies of LV242's electromagnetic environment, lightning patterns, geomagnetic variations, any natural EM field sources that these organisms might use for navigation or survival behaviors. The discussion continues, working through research implications and experimental extensions. What other xenobiological species might possess electroreception? How common is this capability across different evolutionary lineages? What environmental conditions favor evolution of electromagnetic sensitivity? We should also test whether this extends beyond amphipods, Dr. Sterling suggests. We have other aquatic species, other arthropod variants. Systematic screening across our specimen collection would determine if electroreception is specific to this species or more broadly distributed. The filter feeders in Tank 7, you suggest. They're also from aquatic environments, though different evolutionary lineage from the amphipods. Good starting point. We test Tank 7 next, then the arthropods in Tanks 3 or 6, then any other species with plausible evolutionary reasons to possess electroreception. Dr. Sterling is building a comprehensive research program from your initial observation. By 0415 SST, you're struggling to keep your eyes open, despite the fascinating discussion. Running on 6 cups of coffee and excitement is no longer sufficient. Your body is approaching the limits of sustainable consciousness, demanding sleep regardless of how interesting the research conversation is. Dr. Sterling notices your fatigue. Morrison, you've been awake for nearly 24 hours between your last shift and this systematic testing session. Get some sleep. The research will still be here when you wake up, and we need you functional for continued testing. But the documentation? I'll start the draft tonight. You can review and revise when you're rested. You've done excellent work, made the initial observation, conducted preliminary investigation, participated fully in systematic testing. Now go sleep before you collapse. Dr. Brooks walks out with you, also looking exhausted. This has been the most interesting Christmas in my research career, she says, as you head toward crew quarters. Usually, holidays on research vessels are boring. Routine monitoring, no excitement, just marking time until Earth catches up to our calendar. This year, we discovered electroreceptive aliens and documented novel sensory capabilities. Because I played unauthorized music on night shift, you note, best protocol violation ever documented. Corporates will probably overlook the unauthorized files given the research outcome. She pauses at her quarters. You know what's really satisfying about this? We started with something that sounded completely absurd. Alien shrimp respond to Christmas music, and through systematic investigation, transformed it into legitimate science. That's exactly how research is supposed to work, though the initial story is more entertaining than the actual mechanism. The story is fantastic either way. You'll be telling this at conferences for years. I discovered electroreception in xenobiological amphipods because I was lonely on Christmas Eve and played Jingle Bells during night shift monitoring. That's perfect. You continue to your quarters, barely able to process the past 24 hours. You made a legitimate scientific discovery. You're going to be primary author on a peer-reviewed research paper. You've contributed meaningful knowledge to human understanding of xenobiology, all because you were lonely on Christmas Eve and played Jingle Bells to keep yourself company during isolated night shift work. You make it to your quarters and immediately collapse onto your bunk without bothering with most of your normal routine. The exhaustion is profound. Physical fatigue from extended shift work, mental fatigue from hours of intense observation and analysis, emotional fatigue from the roller coaster of discovery, testing, and validation. Meanwhile, the ship continues its operations without you. The research continues in your absence, and the amphipods continue their swimming completely unaware they've become the most interesting specimens in the Mendel's entire collection. But you're finally, blessedly, allowed to rest. Sleep comes fast and deep, the kind of dreamless oblivion that comes from complete exhaustion. Your body shuts down immediately, demanding the recovery time it's been denied for too long. You sleep through day shift entirely. Through afternoon, your body refusing to wake despite the usual internal clock that normally regulates your schedule. When you briefly surface around 16 hours to use the bathroom and drink water, you're still so exhausted that you immediately return to sleep without fully regaining consciousness. The sleep continues, deep and restorative, your body repairing the damage of 24 hours of sustained wakefulness and intense cognitive effort. When you finally wake fully at 19 Oki SST, an hour before your normal shift start, you feel substantially more human. The profound exhaustion has lifted, replaced by normal post-sleep grogginess that coffee and movement will resolve. You shower properly this time, taking the time to actually feel clean rather than rushing through the routine. You dress in fresh lab clothes, checking your appearance in the small mirror and confirming you look like a functional researcher rather than an exhausted zombie. You check your messages and find several updates from the research team. From Dr. Sterling subject, draft research report, review requested. Sent December 25th, 1630, SST Morrison. Attached is the first draft of our research report on the amphipod electroreception findings. I've completed introduction, methodology, and initial results sections. Please review for accuracy. You were the primary observer for the initial discovery phase, so I want to ensure I've represented your observations correctly and credited your methodology appropriately. Dr. Park has completed the electromagnetic analysis section with comprehensive data on field measurements and response correlations. The graphs clearly show the relationship between EM field characteristics and behavioral responses. We're assembling a complete data package for peer review submission. Video files, sensor logs, statistical analysis, everything reviewers will need to evaluate our findings independently. Also, word has reached corporate. We received a commendation from the Research Director for innovative observational research methodology and a note that our funding allocation for next fiscal year is being reviewed favourably. Discovering novel sensory capabilities apparently makes administrators happy. Good publicity for the programme. We'll continue systematic testing tonight. Tank 7 filter feeders are next, then we'll work through the arthropod specimens, building a comprehensive picture of electroreception distribution across our specimen collection. See you at shift start. Sterling. You open the draft document, reading through Dr. Sterling's careful transformation of your Christmas Eve observations into formal scientific prose. Initial behavioural anomaly was observed at 05:47 ship standard time on December 24, 2183, during routine night shift monitoring conducted by research technician Dr. K. Morrison. Dr. Morrison noted elevated activity levels in amphipod cluster, tank 12, specimen group collected from LV242 tidal regions, June 2183, population N23, that temporally correlated with audio playback in the observation area. Following initial observation, Dr. Morrison conducted systematic preliminary testing with multiple audio stimuli, documenting reproducible behavioral responses with consistent timing and magnitude characteristics. It's accurate, but somehow removes the human element, the loneliness, the holiday music, the unexpected moment of noticing something odd, while just trying to make isolated night shift more bearable. But that's how science works, transforming personal experience into objective documentation that others can evaluate and build upon. The paper goes on to detail the systematic testing, the Faraday cage experiments, the direct EM field generation, the correlation analysis. It's comprehensive, rigorous, exactly what peer reviewers will need to evaluate the claims. You make notes on the document, suggesting minor clarifications, confirming observational details, adding context about the specimen's historical baseline behaviours that you know better than anyone else on the team. By 1945, you're ready to head to Lab Section C for your regular shift, though regular seems like an inadequate description for what promises to be another evening of systematic discovery work. At 20 SST on December 26th, you return to Lab Section C for what should be a normal night shift. Meanwhile, the research excitement has settled into systematic documentation work, but the lab feels different now, less isolated, more purposeful, charged with the energy of genuine discovery. Dr. Brooks is finishing day shift, and the handoff includes updates about the ongoing research beyond your sleep period. We've been testing other specimen tanks for electroreception while you were sleeping, Brooks explains. So far, Tank 12's amphipods are the only species showing clear response to EM fields, but Dr. Park thinks the silicon microbes in Tank 2 might be responding to magnetic fields specifically. Different mechanism, but possibly another electroreceptive capability. That's becoming a different research project. And Tank 12? Still responding consistently. We've mapped their sensitivity across frequency ranges from 1 Hz to 10 kHz, peak sensitivity around 50 to 200 Hz, which interestingly corresponds to the frequency range of lightning-generated EM fields, supports your hypothesis about storm detection being the evolutionary driver. We played them some classical music this afternoon, Brooks continues, with a slight smile. Bach, specifically. They seem to appreciate it, or at least they responded with elevated activity. We're keeping a playlist of compositions that produce interesting responses. For research purposes, of course. Of course, entirely research purposes. After Brooks leaves, you settle into the familiar routine of night shift monitoring, but with heightened attention to the broader research implications. You're not just watching tank parameters anymore. You're monitoring specimens that have revealed unexpected capabilities that have taught you something significant about xenobiological evolution and sensory adaptation. Tank 12's amphipods swim their usual patterns, filtering food, clustering during rest periods. They look exactly the same as they did a week ago, before your Christmas Eve observation. But now you know they possess sophisticated electroreceptors, that they detect and respond to electromagnetic fields, that they evolved sensory capabilities adapted to their tidal environment on a moon 17 light-years from Earth. They're not just boring alien shrimp anymore. They're electroreceptive organisms with complex sensory ecology and adaptive behaviours. At 22 SST, you conduct your regular observation rounds, checking all 17 tanks. Everything proceeds normally. The photosynthetic colonies glow under UV light. The silicon microbes build their crystalline structures, and possibly respond to magnetic fields if Dr. Park's hypothesis is correct. The arthropod specimens navigate their habitats, and Tank 12's amphipods filter feed with their newly appreciated sensory sophistication. You make your log entries with enhanced detail now, documenting not just basic parameters, but behavioral nuances, movement patterns, anything that might be relevant for continuing research. Good documentation has always been important, but now it feels more meaningful. Your observations contribute to published research, to human understanding of xenobiology, to the growing knowledge base about life in the universe. At 23:30 SST, you take a coffee break and allow yourself to play some quiet music, properly documented in the research log as continuing observational monitoring of electroreceptive response patterns, rather than personal entertainment during night shift. You select a gentle piano piece, keeping the volume low. Tank 12's amphipods show mild response, slight activity increase, nothing dramatic. You note it in your log. Mild behavioral response to low-volume classical piano. Chopin Nocturne Op. 9 No. 2, duration 4:30. Consistent with established electroreception response patterns. Estimated EM field intensity, 0.05 microtesla at tank location based on speaker positioning and volume. Response magnitude approximately 8% increase in movement frequency, within expected range for this field strength. Specimen health continues optimal. The night shift continues its usual rhythm, but you're more aware now of the research context surrounding routine work. You're not just maintaining specimens, you're participating in ongoing scientific investigation, monitoring organisms that have contributed to genuine discovery. At 02 WULB SST, during the quiet depth of night shift, you find yourself at the observation port again, looking out at the stars and thinking about the past 48 hours. Meanwhile, somewhere in the vastness of space, there are probably other researchers making their own unexpected discoveries, finding their own surprises in supposedly routine work. You think about how discovery actually happens in practice versus how it's portrayed in media and public imagination. Not usually through dramatic eureka moments or planned breakthroughs, but through sustained attention to small anomalies, genuine curiosity about unexpected observations, willingness to investigate things that seem odd even when investigation might reveal nothing interesting. You played Christmas music because you were lonely and wanted to make isolated night shift more bearable. You noticed the amphipods moved differently. You investigated systematically instead of dismissing it. And through that process, you documented novel electroreception capabilities in a xenobiological species. The path from lonely researcher plays holiday music during night shift to published research on alien electroreceptive capabilities seems absurd in retrospect. But that's often how science actually advances, through observation, curiosity, careful methodology, and willingness to take unexpected findings seriously, even when they initially seem implausible. There's something profound about this realization. The universe is constantly full of phenomena humans don't understand, capabilities that haven't been documented, surprises waiting to be noticed by anyone paying sufficient attention. The amphipods had electroreception for their entire evolutionary history. You didn't create this capability, you just noticed it. It was always there, waiting for someone to pay attention, in the right way, at the right time. How many other discoveries are waiting similarly? How many organisms possess unexpected capabilities that haven't been documented because no one happened to play music near their tanks, or tried the right experiment, or paid attention to the right anomaly? How much of xenobiology, how much of any scientific field, remains unknown, not because it's deeply hidden, but because researchers haven't asked the right questions yet, or noticed the right patterns? You think about the Mendel's mission, 4 years of systematic research on collected specimens, conducting long-term behavioral studies, building comprehensive knowledge. The explicit goal is understanding xenobiological diversity, documenting capabilities, expanding human knowledge. But the implicit lesson proven by your experience is that systematic observation plus sustained attention plus genuine curiosity about anomalies are what actually drive discovery forward. The amphipods swim peacefully in Tank 12, electroreceptors constantly detecting the electromagnetic environment, responding to field variations with behaviours that evolution programmed millions of years ago on a tidal moon. They're just being amphipods, doing what amphipods evolved to do, living their normal lives according to their species' adapted characteristics. And you're just being a researcher, documenting what they do, trying to understand their sensory ecology, contributing small pieces to the enormous puzzle of how life adapts and survives across the universe's incredible diversity. It's not dramatic or heroic work. It's careful, patient, methodical observation. But tonight, it feels particularly significant. You were here, you paid attention, you investigated properly, and because of that, humans now know something about xenobiology they didn't know before. You return to your monitoring station, ready to continue the routine observation that sometimes, unpredictably, reveals something extraordinary. From 0230 to 04 SST, Lab Section C returns to pure routine, the kind of night shift work that dominated before the Christmas Eve discovery. Meanwhile, the research team is planning additional systematic studies for day shift, but tonight your job is simply maintaining normal monitoring protocols. You feed specimens at 0 SST, document consumption rates, verify environmental parameters, all 17 tanks showing healthy, stable conditions. The amphipods filter feed normally, their electroreceptors presumably detecting the ambient electromagnetic environment, which is minimal in the well-shielded research vessel, but showing no unusual behaviours. You run diagnostic checks on monitoring equipment, calibrate sensors according to the weekly maintenance schedule, update equipment logs. The work is familiar, almost meditative, the reliable routine that makes long-term space research sustainable. At 03R45 SST, you receive a message from Dr. Sterling. Peer review submissions go out next week. I've flagged this as expedited review, given the novel findings and solid methodology. With luck and favourable reviewers, we might have publication approval within 3 months instead of the usual 4 to 6. You'll be presenting findings at the next Xenobiology Research Conference in August, assuming you're comfortable with public speaking. It's scheduled for Mars Colony Station, so you'd need to transfer off the Mendel for 2 weeks, but corporate typically approves conference attendance when researchers are presenting significant findings. Sterling? The thought of presenting research at a conference is simultaneously exciting and terrifying. You're a night shift researcher who works in relative isolation, not someone accustomed to standing before audiences explaining discoveries. But it's also an honour, recognition that your work matters enough for conference presentation. You reply, Dr. Sterling, I'll work on public speaking skills. Happy to present our findings. This seems important enough to warrant sharing with the broader community. Thank you for the opportunity and for taking my initial observation seriously. Morrison. At 04 SST, Dr. Brooks arrives for day shift handoff. The transition proceeds normally. You brief her on the night's observations, routine, no anomalies, all systems functioning optimally, confirm all systems are stable, transfer monitoring responsibility. Just so you know, Brooks says as you're leaving, the entire ship is proud of you. Research vessels don't get genuine discoveries very often. Most of our work is careful documentation of known phenomena. You made a real discovery, documented it properly, transformed it into legitimate research. That's what we're all here for, but most of us never actually achieve it. Good work, Morrison. The acknowledgement means more than you expected. You're part of a research community extending beyond just Lab Section C. The the entire Mendel crew, the broader xenobiology research network, the scientific enterprise trying to understand life across the universe. And your contribution is recognized, valued, meaningful. Thanks, Brooks. Get some good work done today. Always do. Sleep well. You head back to quarters, tired but satisfied, ready for sleep and the next shift and the continuing work of xenobiology research. Over the next week, your night shifts settle into a new rhythm that incorporates both standard monitoring and continuing research on the amphipod's electroreception. The dramatic discovery phase has transitioned into systematic documentation work, collecting the comprehensive data needed for peer review and publication. You test the amphipod's response to various electromagnetic field patterns, documenting their sensitivity ranges with precision, mapping their behavioral responses across different field characteristics, building a complete picture of their electroreceptive capabilities. Dr. Park has established that their peak sensitivity is in the 50 to 200 Hz range, which corresponds almost perfectly to the frequency spectrum of lightning-generated electromagnetic pulses. Dr. Brooks conducts anatomical studies on preserved specimens from the same collection, with appropriate ethics approvals, successfully identifying the electroreceptor organs, specialized sensory cells located along the amphipod's ventral surface in regular arrays. The organs are similar in basic structure to electroreceptors found in some earth aquatic species, sharks, rays, certain fish, but with xenobiological variations in cellular architecture and presumably neural processing pathways. The comparative anatomy is fascinating. Convergent evolution has produced similar solutions to electromagnetic detection across different evolutionary lineages and different planets. Life, it seems, finds similar answers to similar environmental challenges, regardless of where in the universe it evolves. Dr. Sterling researches LV-2422's environmental characteristics using archived survey data. The Moon experiences frequent, intense electrical storms. The tidal forces from its gas giant primary create atmospheric instabilities, and the Moon's composition includes significant iron deposits that affect its magnetic field. The data strongly suggests that electroreception evolved in the amphipod species as an adaptation for storm detection, allowing organisms to sense approaching electrical activity and seek shelter before dangerous lightning strikes. Meanwhile, your role on the Mendel subtly shifts. You're no longer just Morrison, the night shift tech. You're Morrison, who discovered the electroreceptive amphipods. Crew members ask about the research, want to know what you're testing next, express genuine interest in xenobiology findings that most of them previously considered too specialized to care about. It's a strange kind of fame, limited to a research vessel with a crew of 47, but meaningful within this small isolated community. You've contributed something, and people recognize that contribution. It changes how you're perceived, how you perceive yourself, how you think about your work. The research report moves through drafting and revision cycles. By January 3rd, 2184, it's ready for submission to peer review. Dr. Sterling sends the comprehensive package, manuscript, data files, video documentation, methodology appendices, supplementary analysis, to the Xenobiology Research Quarterly with a cover letter highlighting the significance of the findings. And then you wait. Peer review takes months. Other researchers with expertise in sensory biology, xenobiology, and electroreception will examine your findings, critique your methodology, verify your conclusions, determine whether the work meets publication standards. It's nerve-wracking, knowing that experts will scrutinize every aspect of your work, looking for errors or overreach or insufficient evidence. But it's also exciting. Your observations will contribute to published scientific literature, becoming part of the permanent record of human knowledge about xenobiology. The waiting period continues with normal work, monitoring specimens, maintaining environmental systems, conducting follow-up experiments as ideas occur. Science proceeds through patient-sustained effort, not just dramatic discoveries. On January 7th, 2184, nearly 2 weeks after Christmas Eve, you're conducting routine monitoring when you find yourself thinking about that initial observation. Meanwhile, Tank 12's amphipods continue their normal behaviours, completely unaware of the research attention they've generated and completely indifferent to human notions of significance and discovery. You remember the loneliness of Christmas Eve's shift, being the only researcher awake in Lab Section C, 17 light-years from Earth, monitoring specimens while families on Earth, months ago in real time, gathered for holidays. You remember the unauthorized music files, the decision to play Jingle Bells, quietly, just to have some seasonal atmosphere during isolated work. You remember noticing that the amphipods moved differently, that small anomaly in their behavior that could easily have been dismissed as meaningless variation. If you'd ignored it, no one would have blamed you. Random fluctuations happen in biological systems. Organisms don't behave like perfect machines. But you paid attention, you investigated, you tested systematically. And that attention, that curiosity, that willingness to take a small anomaly seriously, transformed an isolated moment into a legitimate scientific discovery. There's a profound lesson in that about research work. Most shifts are boring, most observations are routine, most data points are exactly what you'd expect. But sometimes, rarely, unpredictably, there's something unusual waiting to be noticed by anyone paying sufficient attention. The skill isn't just in the methodology or the analysis, though those are essential. The skill is in the sustained attention, the willingness to investigate anomalies rather than dismiss them, the curiosity that treats unexpected observations as opportunities for discovery rather than annoyances complicating routine work. You watch Tank 12, remembering how these amphipods were the laboratory's most boring specimens for 6 months. They still look the same, small, segmented, filter-feeding creatures doing what evolution programmed them to do. But now you know they possess sophisticated electroreception, that they detect electromagnetic fields with remarkable sensitivity, that they've taught humans something significant about xenobiological sensory adaptation. They were never boring. You just didn't know how to observe them properly until Christmas Eve, when loneliness and unauthorized music created the conditions for discovery. At 0202 SST, you play Jingle Bells one more time, properly documented as continuing verification of electroreceptive response patterns for longitudinal data collection, part of the ongoing monitoring that research requires. The amphipods respond with their characteristic activity increase, electroreceptors detecting the complex electromagnetic fields generated by musical playback through electronic audio equipment. It's become familiar now, this response. Expected, documented, understood. But it still feels special somehow. A connection between human culture, Christmas music, and xenobiological adaptation, electroreception, that exists because you happen to be paying attention at exactly the right moment on Christmas Eve. The song ends. The amphipods return to baseline behavior. You make your documentation notes with practiced efficiency. And the routine continues, one shift at a time, sustained attention to systems and specimens that might, occasionally, unexpectedly, reveal something extraordinary if you're paying attention and willing to investigate when something seems unusual. The peer review approval comes through in late March 2184. Your research paper, Electroreception in Tidal Amphipod Species, from LV242, Behavioral Responses to Electromagnetic Field Variations, has been accepted for publication, with minor revisions requested by reviewers. Dr. Sterling calls a team meeting to celebrate, gathering everyone who contributed to the research. There's real coffee, the expensive imported kind from Earth, not synthetic, and someone has managed to acquire actual pastries from the galley's special occasion stores. To Morrison, Dr. Sterling raises her coffee cup in toast, who paid attention when most researchers would have ignored a minor behavioural anomaly, who investigated systematically when casual observation would have sufficed, who transformed an unexpected Christmas Eve observation into legitimate published research, and to the entire team for systematic investigation that turned initial discovery into comprehensive scientific documentation. The team drinks to the success, and you feel genuine pride mixed with slight embarrassment at the attention. The other researchers, Sterling, Brooks, Park, Reeves, all contributed essential expertise. You made the initial observation, but they transformed it into rigorous science. Dr. Park presents you with a gift, a small framed image of Tank 12's amphipods, taken under special UV lighting that highlights their electroreceptor organs as subtle glowing structures along their ventral surfaces. For the researcher who discovered that alien shrimp appreciate Christmas music, he says with a grin. They don't actually appreciate it, you correct automatically, but you're smiling. They detect the electromagnetic fields generated by... We know, Park interrupts good-naturedly. But the story is better the other way. The headlines write themselves. Lonely researcher discovers alien music appreciation through Christmas carols. Let us have our fun with the narrative. The actual mechanism is more interesting than the simplified story, Dr. Reeves notes seriously. Electroreception in xenobiological species, with implications for sensory evolution across multiple taxonomic groups. That's genuinely significant for the field. The conference presentation is scheduled for August. You'll be presenting findings at the Interplanetary Xenobiology Conference on Mars Colony, addressing hundreds of researchers from across the colonial systems. It's terrifying and exhilarating simultaneously, exactly the kind of professional opportunity you hoped for when you signed up for deep space research. The publication appears in Xenobiology Research Quarterly's June issue. Your name as primary author, followed by Park, Sterling and Brooks as contributing authors, with acknowledgement of Reeves for research oversight. The paper receives immediate attention in the xenobiology community. Several researchers contact you directly with questions. Other teams begin screening their own specimens for electroreception. The methodology you developed becomes a standard protocol for sensory capability detection. Your night shifts continue their routine pattern. You monitor 17 specimen tanks, document observations, maintain environmental systems. Most nights remain boring. Most data points remain expected. Most observations remain routine. But now you know that boring routine contains possibility. That paying attention matters more than you realized. That the most ordinary specimens might possess extraordinary capabilities if you observe them properly and investigate unexpected patterns when they appear. Tank 12's amphipods swim peacefully, electroreceptors detecting their environment, responding to fields and stimuli according to millions of years of evolutionary programming. They're just being amphipods, living their lives completely unaware they've contributed to human scientific knowledge. And you're just being a researcher conducting routine monitoring on night shift, 17 light years from home, maintaining the careful attention that sometimes, unpredictably, reveals something the universe has been waiting for someone to notice. The routine continues, the work continues, and sometimes, when you need a moment of connection to that initial discovery, you play Jingle Bells and watch the amphipods respond, remembering Christmas Eve and the observation that started everything. The lab is quiet now, wrapped in the deep silence of night shift in space. The monitoring screens glow with their steady displays of data. 17 tanks, 17 small, carefully maintained worlds, each one containing organisms that evolved on distant planets under alien stars, each one teaching humans something about how life adapts and survives across the universe's incredible diversity. Meanwhile, somewhere in the vastness of space, other researchers are conducting their own routine observations, perhaps not knowing their one moment of attention away from their own discoveries, one anomaly away from transforming routine work into genuine scientific advancement. The amphipods filter peacefully through their water, electroreceptors detecting the ambient electromagnetic environment, completely unaware they've contributed to human understanding of xenobiology. They're just living their lives, doing what amphipods do, being exactly what evolution made them, perfectly adapted to their tidal environment, possessing sensory capabilities that humans didn't know about until one lonely researcher played Christmas music and paid attention. And that's beautiful in its own way. The ordinary persistence of life, the quiet continuation of biological processes, the patient existence of organisms that don't need to be dramatic or extraordinary to be worthy of study, to teach humans important lessons about sensory evolution and adaptive capabilities. You too may rest now, knowing that attention matters deeply, that curiosity leads to understanding, that sustained observation of even the most boring routine work can occasionally reveal something genuinely wonderful and scientifically significant. The stars continue their ancient patterns outside the observation ports, unchanged by human discovery, but newly understood in small ways. The ship continues its journey through space, carrying its cargo of knowledge and specimens and researchers toward whatever understanding future observations will reveal. And the work of xenobiology research continues, one observation at a time, one shift at a time, one small discovery building toward greater comprehension of life's possibilities across the cosmos. May your own observations be fruitful, your curiosity sustained, your attention rewarded with moments of unexpected wonder when routine transforms into discovery. Rest well, researcher. The universe is full of things waiting patiently to be noticed, waiting for someone to pay attention in exactly the right way at exactly the right moment. Sleep well. Tomorrow, the work continues. Good night.